Hi, I'm Emily. About 15 years ago in a medium-sized American city, life seemed almost perfect. I was married to Michael, a charming man, and we had a beautiful daughter named Sophie. But beneath this happy surface, my world was about to fall apart. One evening, Michael came home looking different. His usual warmth was gone, and he seemed cold and distant. He said, "Emily, we need to talk," avoiding my gaze. Then he told me he had filed for divorce. I was shocked. Divorce? Michael, what are you talking about? Is this some kind of joke? But it wasn't a joke. He explained that his mother, Elizabeth, had influenced his decision. She never liked me and believed I was too much for her own daughter. She convinced Michael that I didn't belong in their family. As I tried to understand this betrayal, things got even worse. Elizabeth had created a plan to make sure I would lose not only my husband but also my daughter. They accused me of stealing a large sum of money from the family business. I remember sitting in the lawyer's office, feeling crushed. "Mrs. Emily, the evidence against you is strong," the lawyer said. "It will be hard to prove you're innocent." "But I didn't do it. They're lying," I argued. Despite my protests, the legal system seemed to be against me. Elizabeth's power and money were overwhelming. In court, Michael sat next to her, like a shadow under her control. My lawyer said passionately, "Your Honor, my client is clearly innocent. The accusations are false and based on personal grudges." But Elizabeth's lawyer was clever. "The evidence speaks for itself," he countered. "It's clear that Emily is not only a thief but also an unfit mother." The judge's gavel hit the stand, and the sound echoed in my breaking heart. Custody of Sophie was given to Michael. I saw the smug look on Elizabeth's face as the decision was read. After the court session, I went to Michael, begging, "Please, Michael, don't do this. Sophie needs her mother." But he didn't care. "It's for the best. Emily, you're not who I thought you were," he said coldly. I went back to an empty home, with silence reminding me of Sophie's absence. The walls still echoed with her laughter, making the loss even more painful. Over the next few weeks, I kept trying to reach out, but Michael and Elizabeth made sure I had no contact with Sophie. Every missed visit, every ignored call, felt like a knife twisting deeper into my heart. In the midst of this darkness, I made a promise to myself. They had taken my family and tried to ruin my name, but I wouldn't let them break my spirit. I decided to start over, to create a life Sophie could be proud of if she ever learned the truth. So, I packed my bags, left behind everything I knew, and moved to a new city. It was time to turn the page and start a new chapter in my life. Little did I know, the future would bring surprises and twists I couldn't have imagined. Moving to the new city felt like stepping into a whole new world. I was determined to rebuild my life, not just for myself, but for Sophie. I started a small business, pouring all my heart and effort into it. Slowly, it began to grow, and so did my confidence. During this time, I met Jack, a single father with a heart as big as his smile. One evening, while walking through a busy street market, he said, "Emily, you have an incredible strength. It's really inspiring." I smiled, feeling warmth I hadn't felt in a long time. "Thanks, Jack. Life has thrown a lot at me, but I keep going," I replied. As we spent more time together, our relationship grew stronger. We decided to blend our families. Jack had a son, Lucas, and a daughter, Emma, who quickly became as dear to me as my own Sophie. One day, while we were all having dinner, Lucas asked, "Mom, why doesn't Sophie ever visit? Don't you miss her?" Tears filled my eyes. "Of course I do, Lucas, more than anything, but sometimes things are complicated." Jack squeezed my hand under the table, offering silent support. Despite the love and happiness in our new family, a part of me always ached for Sophie. I tried reaching out, sending letters and gifts, but they were always returned unopened. Michael and Elizabeth had filled Sophie's head with lies about me. They told her I had built my business with stolen money and that I was someone to be ashamed of. One day, I received a letter from Sophie. My heart leaped with hope, but as I read her words, my world fell apart again. "Emily, I don't want anything to do with you. Dad and Grandma told me everything. You're a thief and a liar," she wrote. I broke down, the pain of her words unbearable. Jack found me crying in our bedroom. "Emily, what's wrong?" he asked, concerned. "It's Sophie. She hates me, Jack. She believes all their lies." Jack held me close. "We'll get through this. Emily, you're not alone anymore." As the years went by, our family grew stronger, and my business became a successful company. We moved into a larger home, and our lives were filled with love and laughter. But I never stopped missing Sophie. I often watched the kids play in the backyard, wondering what Sophie was like now. Was she happy? Did she ever think of me? You've built something amazing here, Jack said to me one evening as we sat on the porch, watching the sunset. I just wish Sophie could see this. I nodded, a tear rolling down my cheek. Me too, Jack, me too. Little did I know, the truth about my past was about to come out in a way I never expected. Years passed, and my small startup had grown into a thriving business. I had become a well-known entrepreneur, but my heart still ached for Sophie. Meanwhile, Sophie had grown into a smart and independent young woman attending university. Although we were still estranged, I kept track of her achievements from afar and felt proud of her accomplishments. One day at the university, Sophie overheard a conversation that changed everything. Hidden behind the library shelves, she listened as Michael and Elizabeth spoke. I can't believe how easy it was to fool everyone, especially Emily, Elizabeth gloated. Framing her for theft was the best thing we ever did. Michael smirked and replied, yeah, and the best part is Sophie still believes every lie we told her about her mother. Sophie felt the ground slip beneath her. Shock, anger, and betrayal rushed through her as she realized how they had deceived her. Later that day, she confronted them. How could you lie to me all these years? You made me hate my own mother. Michael tried to explain, but Sophie wouldn't listen. I don't want to hear your excuses. I need to find out the truth for myself. Sophie stormed out, her heart heavy and her mind full of questions. Later, she reached out to me. I was in my office when I got her call. Mom, it's Sophie, can we meet? I need to talk to you, she said, her voice trembling. My heart skipped a beat. Of course, Sophie, anytime. We met at a quiet cafe the next day. The moment I saw her, all the years of pain and longing rushed back. She looked so much like the little girl I remembered, but she was all grown up. Sophie, I've missed you so much, I said, my voice full of emotion. Mom, I heard Grandma and Dad talking. They lied to me about everything, Sophie admitted, her eyes filling with tears. I reached for her hand. I know, Sophie, I've waited every day to tell you the truth. We talked for hours, sharing our pain and clearing up misunderstandings. Sophie was filled with regret. I'm so sorry, Mom, I should have known better. Can you ever forgive me? Tears ran down my face as I hugged her. There's nothing to forgive, Sophie, you're my daughter, and I love you no matter what. Reconnecting with Sophie felt like finding a missing piece of my soul. She started spending more time with me, Jack, and her half-siblings, fitting in like the final piece of a puzzle. One evening, while we were having dinner, Sophie looked around and said, I never knew what a real family felt like until now. I'm so grateful to be here. Jack smiled warmly at her. You've always been part of this family, Sophie. We're just happy you're here with us now. As I watched my family laugh and talk, a sense of peace washed over me. All the years of struggle and pain had led to this moment of joy and reconciliation, but I knew our story wasn't over. The truth about Michael and Elizabeth's lies had been revealed, and it was time for justice. In the courtroom, tension filled the air as Sophie took the stand. It was time to confront the years of deception. Can you tell the court what you heard on the day in question? The prosecutor asked. Sophie's voice was calm, but I could see the pain in her eyes. I overheard my grandmother, Elizabeth, and my father, Michael, bragging about framing my mother for a crime she didn't commit. They did it to keep me away from her, she testified. The courtroom gasped in shock. Michael and Elizabeth sat still, their faces pale. The prosecutor continued, and how did this make you feel? Betrayed, angry. I've been lied to my whole life, Sophie replied. Michael's lawyer tried to challenge Sophie's testimony, but the truth was undeniable. The judge's gavel came down with force, declaring Michael and Elizabeth guilty. They were led away, and when Michael's eyes met mine, there was no regret, only quiet acceptance of his fate. The courtroom buzzed with whispers as the judge gave the sentences. Elizabeth would serve time for conspiracy and perjury, while Michael was sentenced for his role in the false accusations. Outside the courtroom, Sophie hugged me tightly. I'm so sorry, Mom, for everything. I hugged her back, feeling a chapter of our lives close. It's over now, Sophie, we can finally heal. When we got home, Jack and the kids had prepared a small celebration. A banner read Justice and Joy. As we gathered around the table, laughter and chatter filled the room. Jack raised his glass and said, to Emily, a woman of incredible strength and love, and to our family, united and strong. I looked around at the smiling faces of my children, Sophie, Lucas, and Emma, and felt a deep sense of peace. The journey had been long and full of pain, but we had come out stronger. Later that evening, as the kids played in the backyard, Sophie and I sat on the porch watching the sunset. Mom, I can't change the past, But I promise to make up for it every day, Sophie said, holding my hand. I gently squeezed her hand back. You've already made me so proud, Sophie. We have our whole future ahead of us. As the sun set, casting a warm glow over our home, I realized this wasn't just a victory in court. It was a triumph of love, resilience, and the strength of family. And that's the end of my story, a journey from betrayal to justice and, finally, to love and unity. As we close this chapter, I want to leave you with a question. In this story, Sophie grew up believing lies about her mother, Emily, and only discovered the truth as an adult. If you were in Sophie's shoes, realizing you'd been misled about a parent your entire life, would you be able to forgive and rebuild the relationship? Or would the betrayal be too deep to overcome? Share your thoughts in the comments below. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel for more stories. Your support means the world.
Oh my God, again? And when will they get quiet? Mrs. Langham sighed, waking up. She had always had little sleep, and for the past month, she had almost been deprived of even the small amount of sleep she used to have. All this was because of her new neighbour. No sooner had he moved in than the noise started. Every night there was music and screaming, and now he started coming to her property. Why would he do that? She didn't have a garden. There was nothing to steal from her, but her new neighbour kept breaking in. Mrs. Langham turned on the light to let them know she was awake. Maybe that would quieten them down. Although why should they stop? He knew, scoundrel, that there was only an elderly woman living in the house. What can she do except shout at him in a stern voice? Maybe she should change her residence, but she loved this little house so much. The only valuable thing that her son left to her. He saved money, which he earned through hard work at the construction site, and bought her this house. Before that, they lived together in a 2-room apartment in a not very comfortable neighbourhood on the 5th floor without an elevator. So, Bill thought of buying her a house. He knew that his mother always wanted to live closer to nature, to grow flowers, maybe some greenery and berries. And he chose a beautiful cosy house in a large, well-maintained village of urban type. It was a quiet, peaceful place. Her neighbours were all great people. The house was small but cosy. In one word, there was everything for a happy and joyful life. Unfortunately, that joy disappeared from Mrs. Langham's life, together with Bill, her only son. It was a car accident on a slippery road. Bill, the driver of the cab that took him and the perpetrator of the accident, died in that horrible accident. 8 years have passed since then. Mrs. Langham was happy in the new house for 6 months only, and then there was no time for joy. Now she got used to living with her misfortune, quietly and privately. But a month ago, her solitude ended. Her neighbours, a very elderly couple, died one after another. Their children did not want to live in the country. It's not the young people's style. They had work and business in the city, so they sold their parents' house. But the new owners didn't live there. They just rented it out to a young guy. Or maybe it was their relative. Nobody ever figured it out. And so the young man started living life to the fullest, and to poison the lives of everyone around him, first of all to Mrs. Langham, his nearest neighbour. At first he seemed like a decent guy. He visited Mrs. Langham. "Hello, I'm Roger, your new neighbour." At that very first time, Mrs. Langham noticed that he didn't look at her. He was looking around the yard with his eyes, almost sniffing everything. "Oh, what a beautiful flower bed you have. Would you mind giving me some flowers to sprout?" It was clear to Mrs. Langham that he was not a gardener at all, but it seemed uncomfortable to push him away, so she talked to him nicely, introduced herself and promised to help. Meanwhile, he was so polite and obliging. "By the way, if you need help, feel free to contact me. Maybe you need something dug or repaired. I'm always happy to help." But it did not hide from Mrs. Langham that at these words, the neighbour's eyes ran strangely like the eyes of a thief at the fair. God forbid such helpers, Mrs. Langham immediately thought to herself. And then problems began, from which she didn't know how to save herself. She could even get used to the rumbling and noise that was constantly coming from his plot. But why did he keep prowling around her property with his guests or friends? Did he really think that after a simple acquaintance, he was his own man in her house and yard? It would be fine if he just came by to say hello and chat a little, but no, he hung around the garden without her permission. He trampled her flowers. Moreover, one day she caught him digging near the foundation of her house. What was he looking for? Mrs. Langham asked him every time what he was doing on her property and got all sorts of excuses. "You know, I just came in because your flower bed is overgrown with weeds. I got it weeded a little, and now it looks just perfect." Or another answer was, "Dear Mrs. Langham, I'm just checking the foundation of your house to see if it's good. Mine has started to deteriorate a little bit, and there's no one to help you, so I thought I'd do it as a neighbour. You know, after your corrections, I don't want the house to collapse. And I don't want you touching my flower beds anymore. I'm sorry, but you didn't pull weeds, you pulled flowers." "I'm sorry, but I wanted to help, and you—" Roger always answered as if he were upset to the core. Mrs. Langham had already tried in every possible way to establish relations with him. She knew how to communicate with young people because she had been a teacher for many years. But in the case of Roger, all words were in vain. Oh, if Billy were alive, he'd quickly put things in order. And if I had known that he would be gone, I would never have gone to live here in this village. I would have stayed in the city. Back then, when her son only started talking about buying a house, Mrs. Langham tried to talk him out of it. "Sonny, it's not a good idea. The house costs a lot of money. And by the way, I have a place to live." "Of course you have a place, but it's absolutely not something you can dream of. What kind of apartment is this? Think about it. Aren't you tired of climbing up to the 5th floor several times a day? Imagine what it would be like in the country. Open the door, get out and walk at your leisure, not along the apartment building, but in your own backyard. Clean, beautiful, with flowers everywhere and a green hedge. Mum, isn't that heaven on earth?" Bill described it so well that Mrs. Langham herself caught fire with the idea. Indeed, why not live in her own house? And when Bill showed her a picture of the house, she could not refuse, though of course she resisted until the end. "Oh, Billy, you should not buy this house. You should think about yourself. It's time you got married and had children of your own. What are you dragging on? Please tell me." "I'm not dragging on anything. I'll get it done, don't worry. Everything has time. I'll do it, but a little later, and we'll visit you on vacation and send your grandchildren on vacations. You'll be sorry you asked me to," laughed Bill. "But when? It's better to be a young father, think about it. Was it easy for us to be late parents? You'd have been better off if your father and I were younger. And by the way, it's easier to be a young grandmother too." "You better not say such words," replied Bill sternly. "For me, you're the best parents in the world, and I'm sure you will be the best grandmother." Yes, Bill was a late child. Mrs. Langham and her husband were already in their 40s when he was born. They say late children are early orphans. Happy are those parents who go away before their children. Mrs. Langham's husband was lucky. A heart attack took him a few years ago before the death of their son. He didn't learn about this grief or learn it afterwards, having met him where, as they say, everyone meets. And now those darned neighbours had to wake her up, as if on purpose, so that she should stay awake and torture herself with these sad thoughts again. Mrs. Langham got up, got dressed and went to the kitchen. She had to make herself something for breakfast. Actually, she intended to get up early anyway, but not at 4 in the morning. But okay, by the time she's ready, dressed and cleaned up, it'll be time. She was going to visit her son's grave today. the anniversary of his death. Before leaving the house, Mrs. Langham checked to make sure she had everything: a broom, a rake, watering can, rags and candy. Well, everything seemed to be with her. The elderly woman didn't go to the bus stop but decided to walk. It's only 3 kilometers. She won't get tired. The weather was good. It was the Indian autumn. A walk in the morning coolness was nice. What was the point of jostling in the bus? The cemetery was almost empty. The elderly woman went to the grave and ran her hand over the cold gravestone. "Hello, Sonny, here I am again. 9th year without you." She looked around. There was nothing to clean up, but for the sake of order, she wiped the monument, plucked some blades of grass, swept the fallen leaves, and wiped the bench. She sat down to talk to her son. She was used to telling him everything. "Yes, Billy, that's how I live alone. I've gotten used to it, and everything would be fine except there's this new neighbour." The elderly mother told him all about her sorrows and the intrigues of the new neighbour, but finally it was time to say goodbye. "Forgive me, my son, for complaining, but who else can I tell about my troubles? You are my hope and my support. Only you can't stand up for me now. But the fact that I had you as a good son makes me feel better. I'm going home. Don't miss me. I love you." Mrs. Langham touched the gravestone as a farewell and left the cemetery. Again, she decided to walk, hoping to get tired and fall asleep quickly. The road went through the centre of the village. She decided to go to the supermarket to buy some groceries so that she wouldn't have to walk later. In her part of the village, the grocery store was small and there was nothing to buy but bread. When Mrs. Langham came to the supermarket, she stopped in surprise. At the entrance there was a girl about 7 years old with a cardboard box in her hands. She was obviously collecting money. A beggar child in their village? It simply couldn't have been. In the big city, Mrs. Langham saw children and adults begging for alms, but never in the village. The elderly woman came closer and read the inscription on the box. "For the operation of my mum. Help, please." The girl looked pretty decent. She was clean, though not richly dressed, groomed and clearly uncomfortable, asking for help. The girl was shy, standing without raising her eyes. "What's the matter with your mother?" Mrs. Langham couldn't help but ask as she walked up to the little girl. "I don't know. She has some kind of serious illness. The doctors said she needs an operation, but we don't have the money." The sad voice of that little girl made Mrs. Langham's heart sink. "Do you have any relatives?" she asked. "We don't have any, and I don't have a daddy," sighed the girl as she raised her big blue eyes to the elderly woman. There was such great sorrow in them. Mrs. Langham had seen such an expression only in the mirror after she had lost her only son. The woman took all the cash out of her purse and put it in a box with only a few coins in it. "Thank you," the girl said, and her face lit up with a shy smile. Suddenly, Mrs. Langham froze because she saw an unusual hairpin in the little girl's hair. Did she know this thing? You bet. Such hairpins had been used by her grandmother, then by her mother. Then it was passed down to Mrs. Langham herself. A family antique, perhaps of no material value, but dear as a memory. Mrs. Langham's mother gave it to her, but she cut off her skinny braid when she was a child. Since then, Mrs. Langham's had a short haircut. Once, Bill saw it on his mother's dressing table and asked, "And why do you need that hairpin? You don't use it." "It's not just a hairpin," answered Mrs. Langham with a slight offence. "It's an old thing which belonged to my grandmother. My mum wore it, but I don't have braids or daughters. Take it for yourself and give it to your sweetheart when you have one. Maybe you'll have a daughter later, and it won't go to waste." Bill took it, but had he given it to anyone? After all, he wasn't married. Nevertheless, Mrs. Langham never saw her hairpin again after his death. "Girl, Where did you get this thing? Mrs. Langham asked, touching the jewellery. It's a very beautiful and unusual hairpin. My mother gave it to me. She said it was an antique. I see. Could you introduce me to your mum? Maybe I can help her in some way, Mrs. Langham asked, curious as to where that woman had gotten one-of-a-kind hairpin. Really? Can you? The blue eyes lit up with hope, and they made Mrs. Langham uncomfortable. Could she really help this girl and her seriously ill mother? Of course not. She just wanted to know about the hairpin and how this strange woman was related to her dead son. Although who knows, maybe there's something she can do for them, even if the woman just found a hairpin on the street and never met Bill. I don't know, sweetie, but I'd really like to help, and maybe your mum and I can figure out some way. Mummy's always at home, she never comes out. If you want to meet her, come to our house. We don't live very far away. It wasn't a very long way for the quick little feet. Mrs. Langham, who was used to long walks and had already travelled a long way in the morning, found it more difficult. She was tired and out of breath. But on the way, she learned that the little girl's name was Katie and her mother's name was Amanda. They lived together, and the girl did not know her father, nor did she know any other relatives. And one day the girl came up with the idea of asking for alms for treatment. Her mother didn't even know about it. Don't tell my mum, please. Pretend we just met at the supermarket, the girl pleaded. I know it's wrong to lie, but I want to help. I'm so afraid of being taken away from my mum to the orphanage. When you leave home, what do you tell her? Mrs. Langham asked. Well, I lie a little bit. I tell her I have extra classes at school, and when my mum gets better, I'll tell her everything. Honestly, I never lie at all. I didn't lie before, and I won't lie again. While they talked, they arrived at a cottage located in the poorest area of the village. Entering the shabby old house, Mrs. Langham was not particularly surprised by the squalor of the furnishings and the blatant poverty. How could a young woman with a child live like this? The explanation was simple. She was ill. When the elderly woman and the girl entered the room, the mother was lying on the bed. Only when she saw the guest did she try to get up. Mummy, this is Mrs. Langham. She wants to help us, the little girl explained. Pleased to meet you, the hostess smiled weakly. I am Amanda. Kate, go for a walk. I would like to speak with our guest. Suddenly, Mrs. Langham became numb when she saw a photograph of her son on the nightstand beside the woman's bed, with a black ribbon crossing the corner. Meanwhile, the girl obediently left the room, closing the door behind her, and Amanda motioned for the guest to sit on a stool and smiled pitifully. Are you from school? I don't know what you promised my daughter, but it's clear you didn't come to help. Do you want to take her away from me? The woman's voice was tearful, but it was clear that she wouldn't resist. She just didn't have the strength for it, or maybe she realized she had no strength to take care of the child. Mrs. Langham's heart shrank from this hopelessness and from the conjecture that came after what she had seen. No, I'm not from the school, and I'm not from any juvenile organization at all, she tried to reassure Amanda. I saw your daughter's hairpin and wondered where she took it from, and I'd also like to know where you got that picture from. Ah, this. The young woman took the picture and ran her fingers gently over the glass. This hairpin was given to me by him. He's Kate's father. We never had time to get married. We quarrelled over some trifle and never had time to reconcile. He died. I was in college and lived in a dormitory, and my parents lived in this house. They drank heavily and they also died. When Kate was born, I left to study, and they evicted me from the dormitory. I came back here. I thought after my maternity leave I'd get a job and move to a better place, but unfortunately I got sick. At first not too badly, I was still working, and then, the young woman pointed to the bed, I became bedridden. But can't the doctors do anything? The elderly woman asked with despair. The doctors? Well, they say I need an operation, but they can only do it for a fee, and I don't even have money for tests. I can only afford the most necessary medicines. You know, you can hardly help me." "I can," Mrs. Langham answered firmly. She could not explain how she gained such confidence, nor did she understand why she had not confessed to Amanda that the man in the picture was her son. She was going to say it, of course, but later. Firmly promising help to Amanda, she already considered her daughter-in-law. Mrs. Langham said goodbye to her warmly and went home. But on the way, her enthusiasm waned a little. She began to think about how she could help Amanda and Kate. The sum required was huge. She had never had such money before and could never have had it. Maybe I should sell the house, why not? The nasty neighbour is genuinely interested in my plot of land, so maybe he would like to buy it. Perhaps he won't bargain, and if he doesn't give me a good price, I'll try to sell it to others. Okay, but then where will I live? I think Amanda and Kate will let me in. For Bill's sake, I have to do it. It's his daughter. I immediately felt as if the girl was not a stranger to me, thought the elderly woman, tiredly going home. She reached her house, entered her yard and gasped. The scoundrel neighbour, taking advantage of the mistress's absence, had heartily walked in her yard. There was garbage and empty bottles everywhere. The flower bed, which Mrs. Langham had lovingly tended, was all torn up. "Oh no!" the elderly woman almost tearfully exclaimed. "Yes, that's the answer. He won't let me live here in peace any more. I'll have to sell it, but not to him. I'll sell it to other people. I'll sell it to a strong man, the kind that will put this scoundrel in their place." Having made that decision, Mrs. Langham went to the neighbour to ask him what was going on. "Tell me, Roger, what do you need on my plot? Why are you digging there and constantly littering?" she asked sternly. "Hey, Granny, you've already pestered me with your accusing. Am I the only one who lives in the settlement? Who told you that I was digging in your yard?" "I have nothing to do with that. While you were walking around all day, anyone could have walked in here. Why are you bothering me with your complaints?" "I can see it's useless. I thought you had some conscience left, but you don't. So I'll go to the police and report you," Mrs. Langham promised him sternly, but inside she wanted to cry. And she did go to the police station, but she realised that it would probably be of no use. First, the neighbour had not done any significant damage to her, and second, she had no evidence that he was making noise at night and climbing onto her property during the day. The fact that it never happened before he moved in was not an argument. What about putting video cameras to monitor and record? Unfortunately, she had no idea how to do that, and it's probably not cheap either, especially since now on she was going to save every penny. And the main thing was that even if she proved that Roger was messing around, so what? The policeman would talk to him, that's all, and the neighbour would do something worse the next day out of spite. Despite all this thinking, Mrs. Langham went to the police because she had no more strength to endure. Maybe he knew someone who could help her start the sale of the house. She wasn't alone in this either. The police reacted as Mrs. Langham had feared. The elderly woman tried to approach them with determination and indignation. She knew her rights. The young officer on duty, who apparently remembered his school days yet, accepted to her mentor tone, got quiet, and did not tell Mrs. Langham that she had come with insignificant complaint. Instead, he directed her to a relevant police officer. "Are you joking? We're dealing with serious matters here, and you're talking about some flowers and bottles." Mrs. Langham, maintaining her teacher tone, responded, "All right, but if I climb into your plot now, trample everything and throw garbage on it, is that not serious business either? I'm talking about malicious hooliganism, about not giving me a peaceful life. Understand, for you it's nothing, but what should I do? I can't fight with a young boy." The older policeman replied, Do you want me to come over there and rub his ears? Or maybe you want to have a guard posted at your house? By law, we can't even fine him because we have no proof. Okay, I'll come to him and say, why are you making noise? Why are you disturbing your elderly neighbour? And he will answer that it's you yourself who organised the disorder, and it will be just your word against his. Oh, it's even strange that I have to explain all this to you instead of dealing with serious crimes. However, Mrs. Langham didn't give up and insisted, but what about my statement? Can I, an old woman, be ignored? No, I'll write a statement. You may not investigate it. Just write on it that you work only for young and healthy, useful members of the society, and I fulfilled my functions, and now I should live without police protection. And with this, I'll go to higher authorities. For God's sake, you can go even to the UN, said the policeman angrily. Just don't forget to enclose the statement of witnesses, which you don't have now. Nobody tells you to live without police protection, but do you know how many people like you come to us? This one's had his chicken stolen. That one's had his apple plucked. If we deal with these issues, who will fight the real criminals? Mrs. Langham realised that the conversation was turning into a scandal, but she didn't know what else to do. She felt powerless and didn't know how to reach the man who could help her. Should she leave? No way. If she left now, she wouldn't be able to solve her problem or help Amanda. She had to do something. Therefore, she took a piece of paper and began to write a statement. Suddenly, the door opened abruptly and someone entered the office, asking in a commanding tone, "Igor, how long will I have to wait for a document on the McCaffreys?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Houston, but I have here the crime of the century. Someone has trampled the flowers in this elderly woman's yard," replied the investigator venomously. Mrs. Langham turned around and recognised the entrant. In a stern teacher's tone, she said, smiling, "You, Charles Houston, must knock and ask permission if you interrupt the conversation between two people." She was surprised by how easily the words came out. Charles was also surprised and confused. "Nice to see you, Mrs. Langham. I'm sorry I didn't recognise you at first." "No wonder your subordinates talk to people so impolitely," said Mrs. Langham. Fortunately for the elderly woman, the chief of the police station was her former student, Charles Houston. He got into her class as a 10-year-old boy and by that age was considered a hooligan and a complete loser. His previous teacher wouldn't do anything about him. She thought that he was retarded. She was ready to send him to a special school for such kids, and she would have sent him if his parents hadn't stood up for their own son. However, he would hardly have been able to finish his studies if he hadn't gotten into Mrs. Langham's class. She immediately realised that Charles was not mentally disabled at all, and the main problem was an attention deficit. His parents thought that if he was well fed and dressed appropriately for the season, everything was fine. Charles's first teacher, having failed to explain even the simplest task in the first grade, simply gave up. But meanwhile, Charles needed adult attention and approval, not constant reproach. He needed an individualized approach to let him discover his talents. No one requested that Mrs. Langham tutor Charles, and at first he resisted her extra attention. "Why should I stay after school again?" "Well, Mrs. Langham, give me a C. That's all I need and deserve." "You've been told that I'm incapable, I have a bad memory, and I should go to school stupid," he whined when Mrs. Langham left for extra classes. "Charles, I don't care what other people say. I see that you are much more capable than many people, and you can get A's, and I will prove it to you, to everyone," the teacher said. The first successes made Charles believe in his own strength. Soon he went as an excellent student, and no longer needed any additional lessons. He considered Mrs. Langham to be his greatest good fortune. After all, He graduated from school with honours and entered law school. Mrs. Langham often remembered him, but he apparently forgot about her while studying in the capital. Mrs. Langham did not feel resentment and did not expect gratitude for her labour, believing that she simply did her job decently. Of course, Charles did not forget his favourite teacher, but when he was appointed head of the local police, he hadn't realised that she lived in one of the nearest villages, and now he found out, though not for the most cheerful reason. Charles took her to his office, questioned her about all the circumstances of the case she had applied for, wrote down the neighbour's address and details, and reassured her that they would deal with the case. He promised his teacher that he would find out what kind of person her neighbour was, and that she should not say anything to him yet. "Oh, Charles, you'll save me if you can somehow manage to rein him in," rejoiced Mrs. Langham. "But this is not my only problem. I'm thinking of selling the house, although it's a long story. Let's talk about it later," she ventured to say, revealing one more difficulty. "Is it really the neighbour's cause you're moving?" "It's not worth it, honestly. Soon he will be afraid to sneeze in front of you, I promise," Charles reassured. "No, a different matter. I'll tell you later, sometime. I shouldn't take out all of my problems on you at once." "Yes, it's a busy time right now, but we'll discuss all your difficulties and see how this can be solved. And yes, I really don't like your neighbour." "I don't like him very much too." Mrs. Langham went home and calmed down. Roger was once again fidgeting around her gate, but he did not go into the yard. "Well, Granny, have you complained?" he asked cheerfully, rather than fearfully or warily. "I did. They promised to slap your hands so that you wouldn't touch anything in my yard," said Mrs. Langham, without much anger. She was confident that her neighbour would soon be dealt with. The police would find a way to subdue him. However, she had to wait for a whole week, and Roger was not appeased in the slightest. Nightly concerts and raids on her territory continued. The elderly teacher was ready to believe that Charles had forgotten about her, and therefore she herself would have to attend to her own issues, including the sale of the house. Mrs. Langham didn't forget that her son's beloved was waiting to be saved at the other end of the village. The elderly woman even started to inquire if anyone wanted to buy her house and how much it would cost. The information was disappointing. There were no buyers, and the price was half of what was needed to cure Amanda. One of her friends noticed her distress and said, "What have you waited for, Mrs. Langham? Our village is good, but who wants to live outside the city nowadays? Only old people. And what money do they have? I thought of selling last year, but no one gave me more than the amount I was asking. And, by the way, I've got a bigger house and a bigger garden. By the way, why are you suddenly thinking of selling? Where are you going to live?" But Mrs. Langham was so saddened by what she had heard that she only waved her hand. After all, selling the house was her only hope. And if the money was not enough, what was the point of selling? Sure, they could buy some more medicine and eat better, but the three of them will have to live in a horrible, cramped house, and they'd run out of money fast. Maybe she should take Kate and Amanda back to her place. Maybe Amanda's state of mind would be better here, though with such a neighbour it is doubtful. Exhausted by such thoughts, Mrs. Langham had lost faith in justice and the successful resolution of problems, and stopped going out of the house so as not to meet with the neighbour and not to hear unnecessary insults. However, she understood that her daughter-in-law and granddaughter were waiting for her. Therefore, one day, Mrs. Langham decided to go to them and confess that she had no money. Even the sale of her house would not change the situation. She had already dressed, looked out the window and saw a police car pull up at her home. Charles came out of it, accompanied by several other policemen, in whose hands were strange devices, whose purpose Mrs. Langham did not understand at first. At first, it seemed to her that they were some kind of vertical vacuum cleaners or something. But then she realised that they were more serious devices. She went out on the porch to greet the guests and ask what they were going to do. But it didn't look like they were going to talk much. They just said hello in a businesslike manner and got down to business. By this time, Mrs. Langham had already realised that these tools were metal detectors and was frightened. Were they really going to look for something dangerous in her yard? "Charles, what's going on?" she asked quietly, approaching her former student. "Is there something dangerous here?" "Don't worry, you are in no danger," he replied. "We'll find out everything soon." Meanwhile, his companions carefully examined Mrs. Langham's plot, metre by metre. At last one of them said softly, "There's something." A chill crawled down the elderly woman's back. What had they found there? Did Roger have a terrible time burying something? "Oh, Charles, what is it?" she asked pitifully. "Well, Mrs. Langham, I never thought you were such a little coward." Charles smiled encouragingly at her. Meanwhile, his subordinates took out small shovels from the car and began to dig the ground skillfully. "They're going to dig holes. I'm really getting angry." Mrs. Langham's fright was replaced by annoyance. "One is hiding, others are looking for it and digging. And then I'll have to put everything in order." The digging was not very deep, less than a metre. Soon the policeman pulled out of the ground a small but strong, heavy metal box, something like a cabinet safe. Charles winked at his teacher. "Well, shall we perform the opening of the magic box now?" He picked up a tool and soon deftly opened the box. Those who looked inside whistled. There were bundles of money, carefully packed in plastic wrap, and a bag of gold and silver jewellery. Mrs. Langham, who had expected a moment of relief that nothing terrible had happened, was surprised. "And what is it? What does it all mean?" "It's a hiding place. Your house used to belong to a criminal mastermind who was arrested and sentenced to 25 years. He must have kept a stash for when he got out. The house was confiscated and put up for sale, and nobody knew about the treasure. But your neighbour must have found out, so that's why he's been raiding your garden." "How did he find out? And why only now?" Mrs. Langham couldn't understand. This criminal boss was his father. When the man was imprisoned, Roger was 12 years old. The boy knew nothing about his father's occupation because, many years ago, his mother decided to keep her son away from his father. Therefore, he and his mother lived separately. But when the woman found out that her lover had been imprisoned, she felt pity for him and started writing letters and sending parcels. And apparently she told her son the truth about his father and took him on a date with her. Then, probably, his father told Roger about the house and the hidden treasure, but either he couldn't remember the exact place or he was afraid to tell him. So Roger dug around at random, and you didn't know you were walking on such treasures. Now it seems you are rich. Congratulations." The elderly woman transferred her gaze from the warehouse to Charles, as if not believing her eyes or ears. She couldn't understand what she had to do with this money, undoubtedly obtained in an unjust way. "What's it got to do with me? It's not mine." "Yes, but it was on your property, which your son bought, which means everything on the property is yours too. The house is yours, that bench over there is yours, the shed too. Everything that comes out of the ground, the flowers, the vegetables, and the treasures are yours." "But the money is obviously stolen from someone, especially the gold. Maybe the bandit killed someone for it. How can I use such money? Who knows, maybe someone's blood is on it." Mrs. Langham even shuddered imagining it. "No, this money is not involved in anything like that, though you can't call it honestly earned. No one has a claim on it, and by the way, that bandit died a couple of months ago." "So you think I can take this money and live peacefully, right? But his son, his wife, he could have left everything to them. The elderly teacher kept hesitating. If he had wanted to, he would have left them, but in fact, he wouldn't have thought of his wife and son if the poor woman had not begun to worry about him herself when he was imprisoned. "I don't understand you, Mrs. Langham. Instead of rejoicing, you spoke of material difficulties. You were going to sell the house, and now you're ready to give everything away for nothing?" Mrs. Langham paused for a moment and thought. This money could have solved the problems that has been bothering her so much. She could have paid for Amanda's operation and given her son's favourite woman a chance to live and raise her daughter in a decent way. Kate would never have to beg for alms again. They could move out of their shabby hut and into a proper house. But what if that money had blood on it? Because if people were killed for it, it wouldn't bring happiness. And by the way, that woman, who did not want to live with a bandit, but did not abandon him, convicted, sick and lonely, surely needs it too. My God, how many unhappy people there are in the world. And Roger, it wasn't out of his personal animosity that he did all this mess to her. He just wanted to find his father's treasure. He probably needs money too. All these thoughts did not let Mrs. Langham make up her mind. "Well, that's it," said Charles decisively. "We have taken out the treasure. Now you know everything. And you are free to do as you please with it. You can give it to this neighbour, or to anyone you want. But I don't approve of such altruism." "Well, Charles, don't go," the woman said to the police, who were going to go to the car. "I didn't have time to tell you the main thing. Charles, I have a daughter-in-law, Amanda, who is very sick. She needs an operation. That's why I wanted to sell the house. She has a daughter. She's 8 years old, and they live in a shabby hut. The house is about to collapse, so I can't seem to give up the money." "Then you shouldn't. If not for the operation, they could need money for other vital needs. You yourself say they have nowhere to live." After counting the reward for the find, it turned out that there was enough money not only for the operation, but also for much more. Mrs. Langham went to the bank, put the money in her account, got a bank card, and went to Amanda with it. Both mother and daughter were at home. Kate rushed to meet Mrs. Langham. "Oh, you've come. We weren't expecting you." "My darling." Mrs. Langham hugged her and then looked at Amanda. "I didn't come early, only because the case was very complicated. I was ashamed. I thought I had deceived you, but I was lucky. Here it is, the money." The three of them cried tears of joy when they found out that Amanda would be able to have the operation. "But why? Tell me, why are you ready to give me such money?" "Because I can hardly pay you back quickly, even after having a job," sobbed Amanda. "Why? Do you know who he is?" Mrs. Langham pointed to a portrait on the nightstand. "That's my son, Billy. So it turns out you are my daughter-in-law, and Kate is my granddaughter." "Really?" Amanda marvelled, and Kate froze with her mouth open, unable to say anything. "Yes, it is true. I don't know why he didn't tell me anything about you. He only hinted that perhaps my dream of having grandchildren would soon come true, but nothing concrete. And he died so suddenly. I couldn't get over it for a year. I just suffered. And then I tried to remember all the pieces of our conversations about his love, but I didn't. I wish you'd come to me and tell me everything. Would I have left you? But never mind about it. The main thing is that it was fate itself that brought us together, or Bill himself. After all, I saw Kate that day when I was returning from the cemetery. So I now have not only a mother, but also a grandmother, said the little girl at last. And you won't put me in an orphanage while Mummy is in the hospital, will you? It's not good for you to live in this wreck. My house is much better. It'll be much nicer at my place, offered Mrs. Langham. Wow, I've always wanted to live here with my mum, exclaimed Kate, jumping up and down. Meanwhile, Amanda quietly cried with mixed emotions. Perhaps she was lamenting the life that could have been had it not been for the tragedy. she could have lived with Billy. Mrs. Langham left alone that day, giving Amanda and Kate time to pack. She also realised it would be difficult for Amanda to get there on her own, so she would have to call a cab. As the elderly woman approached the house, she saw her neighbour again. Roger seemed less cheerful this time. He saw the policeman who had arrived at Mrs. Langham's house that morning and was frightened. He preferred to leave without waiting for unpleasant visits. That's why he didn't see what was going on in her yard. "Well, did your protectors come? What's wrong with you? Why did you snitch? Why have I done wrong?" he grumbled as she walked by. "Roger, you know why you were snooping around in my yard," Mrs. Langham explained wearily. She did not want to talk to him in private, but she decided that he would not do anything on the street. And it wasn't that scary anymore. The money was in her bank account and Amanda could spend them on her operation. "Do you know? But how? And now what?" the guy asked, confused by his neighbour's words. "Nothing. The police with special equipment came. They found everything," she said. "Found? Oh no! What am I supposed to do now?" he exclaimed, tears welling up in his eyes. He had been really counting on that. "Oh, stop being so desperate. Tell me, what did you need the money for? To drink more, get rowdy, and keep people bothered with your noise?" "What do you know about me? Only that I've been snooping around, but now you understand why. You probably think everyone is a bandit, a scoundrel, and you're the only good one. But now you're going to pocket other people's money and sit on it. And you don't want to know about the fact that my mother spent her whole life raising me and my two little sisters without a penny to her name. My father only remembered about me before he died. Maybe he wanted to atone for his sin. However, he couldn't even do that. He forgot where he buried his money. I knew that if you found out we'd get nothing." "Roger, calm down," the elderly teacher said, seeing that the guy was getting really hysterical. "I'm not going to pocket anything. That's why I'm asking. What do you need to spend the money on? I feel sorry for your mum too. How would she feel if you lost your way too? That's what you're trying to do. Let me give this money to your mum. She'll probably find a better use for it." "You're really going to give it to us?" The guy couldn't believe his ears. "Well, of course. Though I won't return them all, because I had to help my own family. I took money for my daughter-in-law's operation, and I'll be glad to have good neighbours." "Is there enough for the house? I was thinking of buying this house. I'm renting for my mum and sisters. And don't think I'm going to live here and be a bully. I'm not like that. I'm going to live in the city and work there. And my mum doesn't give you any trouble. My sisters are good twins too. They're 13. "Well, bring your mum here. I'll give her everything." The next day, Roger's mother arrived. Having received a portion of the money from Mrs. Langham, she cried. "Well, I finally waited for help from the man I loved. And not from him, but from you. You could have given nothing. I didn't count on that money. Roger told me that you took part for your daughter-in-law. I hope they help her. And this money, no matter how it was obtained, will still be cleansed by our good deeds. Otherwise, I would not have dared to take it." Apparently, the money became clean, and it did bring benefits as a result. Amanda had surgery at a good clinic and was on the mend quickly. "I simply have no right to be sick now. I have to live for you and Kate," she told to Mrs. Langham, who already felt happy. Now she was in touch with her own granddaughter, helping her with homework, reading books and walking with her. The elderly woman remembered the days of her youth and again felt needed. The neighbouring house was indeed bought by Roger's mother, and she soon moved there with her daughters. The family turned out to be wonderful, and Roger himself, coming for the weekend, also behaved perfectly. He helped his family and Mrs. Langham, trying to make amends for the past outrage. And men's help was not superfluous. It was decided to make an annex to the house because now 3 people lived there, and Mrs. Langham thought that the family could still increase. There were reasons to think so. Amanda, having been discharged from the hospital, came to Mrs. Langham, and soon the chief of the police department became a frequent guest in their house. Yes, at first Charles came by on business, helping with the paperwork and construction. "Oh, not for nothing, such attention," smiled his former teacher. "No, Amanda, I do not mind. You're young. Just don't go away. Don't leave me. There's enough room for everyone. Isn't that right?" And it was really so. Not 2 years later, Amanda and Charles got married, and soon Kate had a little brother. For almost a year now, Ronald had been waking up in the morning, taking a photo of a beautiful woman in an evening dress from the bedside table and looking at it for a few minutes. He then says, "Well, Linda, another day has come without you. Wendy and I miss you so much." He couldn't accept the idea that his beloved Linda was gone. They met when they were both 18. After entering the same course at medical school, they fell madly in love at first sight and never parted again. Both of them came from humble backgrounds, and both of their mothers brought them up alone. So at the end of their first year, they quietly got married, inviting only their mothers and classmates as witnesses. Ronald, realizing the responsibilities of being a husband and a family man, got a part-time job as an orderly. During the day he studied, and at night he went to the Central Hospital 3 times a week. He did everything possible to ensure that his Linda had everything she needed. The medical school supported the young family and allocated a separate room in the dormitory, which Linda quickly made comfortable and homely. They lived soul to soul. Ronald could not remember a single quarrel they had had in all these years. In her last year of study, Linda told her husband that she was pregnant. Ronald, hearing this joyful news, picked up his wife and, kissing her, began to spin her around the room. Linda, laughing merrily, then said, "What are you doing? Put me down, you naughty boy. You will soon be a daddy, and you need to prepare seriously." Linda carried her pregnancy easily, and even in the last few months, she had got her diploma. Ronald got a job in an ambulance after graduation, while Linda, having given birth to their daughter, focused on taking care of their home and child. Ronald cannot remember exactly when his wife started feeling unwell. She began to suffer from severe headaches, but when he begged her to go to the clinic, she always brushed him off, saying that it would pass. However, when their daughter turned 1 year old, Ronald finally persuaded his wife to go for an examination. The diagnosis sounded like a verdict, and according to the doctors, it was not subject to appeal. Time was lost. All that was left was to wait for the unhappy end. Ronald could not believe what he had heard. Then and now, even after the passage of time, he could not forgive himself for not forcing his wife to be examined at the first complaints about her. Although, according to the experts, there was nothing that could be done. Ronald did his best to take care of his wife. He himself made drips and injections. At night, with every breath she took, he was ready to provide any help. With his medical knowledge, he understood that all his labours were in vain, but his heart hoped that love and care could create a miracle, and Linda would live. But no matter how much he believed in it, one morning Linda, his beloved wife, was gone. She died quietly in her sleep, without a single moan or sigh. Waking up, Ronald almost immediately realized that a terrible thing had happened. He did not remember how long he sat at his wife's bedside, rocking her from side to side, with a lump in his throat that prevented him from bursting into tears. Everything after that was like a dream, as if it didn't happen to him. The funeral, the wake, Wendy's crying, insisting on seeing her mother and saying, "I want my mummy, I want my mummy." She tugged at her father, crying silently and not realizing, with her childish mind, that something irreparable had happened. Begged, "Daddy, where is Mummy? Let's go to Mum." Ronald didn't know how to explain to a 3-year-old child that her mother was gone and would never be around again. So he told her something about the sky, where her mum would now live. Wendy perplexedly asked, "Why didn't she take us with her? Didn't she say she loved us?" Ronald, wiping his tears, explained that it was so, but how Mum would be taking care of and protecting them from above. What else could he say to a little child? The first 6 months after his wife's death felt like hell. Whenever she could, Ronald's mother came to help with her granddaughter. He had not seen his mother-in-law since the funeral. When he called her once, she gave a short answer, "I'm fine, I just want to be alone." But one day, arriving at the cemetery, he did not recognize her. The woman, who appeared to be 10 years older, was adjusting the flowers on the grave with trembling hands. Having lost her only daughter, she had gone from a blooming 51-year-old woman to a thin, grey-haired old woman overnight. Immersed in his grief, Ronald never once thought that his mother-in-law was in much more distress and might need help. They sat on the bench by the grave for a long time that day, and Ronald persuaded his mother-in-law, "Helen, you can't let this kill you. Your face shows it. You're putting yourself in the coffin. Linda will not return, and you have a granddaughter who is growing up." The woman suddenly looked up at him with eyes full of tears, and, after silently looking at him for a couple of minutes, quietly asked, "How is she? I would like to visit you on weekends, if you don't mind." "Well, of course," Ronald immediately replied, "of course. She is your only granddaughter, who loves you very much and is waiting for you." On the weekend, she really came to visit. Ronald was surprised at the changes that had taken place. The woman's hair was dyed a beautiful brown colour. Instead of a black, faded floor-length dress, she was wearing a grey pantsuit. Ronald was at home and, opening the door, said cheerfully, "Good afternoon. Helen, you look great. This hair colour suits you very well. By the way, we were just about to have breakfast. Please join us." The woman, timidly stepping into the apartment, quietly replied, "Thank you very much. I won't be long. I really wanted to see you." Hearing a familiar voice from the hallway, Wendy immediately ran in and shouted joyfully, "Grandma has come! Where have you been? I missed you. Grandma, I cried at night. I dreamt about Mummy, and Daddy said she's gone far away. You're not going away, are you?" The little girl gibbered incessantly, and Helen, embracing her and holding back her tears, barely audibly answered, "Well, of course not, dear. I will always be there for you, and your mummy from above looks at you and rejoices. You're such a beauty and growing up so quickly." Ronald abruptly turned around and went to the kitchen, ostensibly to put the kettle on. In fact, he turned it off only before his mother-in-law came. He just couldn't listen to their conversation anymore, fearing of bursting into tears. From that day on, Helen began to visit them often and was very helpful, staying overnight with Wendy on the days when Ronald had duty. On one of these days, Ronald left for his shift, knowing that Helen had taken her granddaughter to her place. The day was more or less calm, but closer to evening, the calls started coming one after another. For example, an elderly woman in her 80s called, claiming that she was dying and her blood pressure and pulse were through the roof. Then there was a man with a pre-infarction condition who could not be taken away because of a fight between teenagers at the entrance. Thank God everything turned out well, and they managed to bring him to the hospital. Then, when it seemed that nothing new would happen that evening, there was a call from the most exquisite restaurant in the city. The bride was sick at the wedding, and no one could explain what had happened. The ambulance driver smiled wryly and, getting behind the wheel, said, "Well, let's go and see where the richest people in the city go." "Yeah, we will," said the elderly paramedic angrily. "Someone is always getting beaten up at weddings." The bride or her guests can also be sick from too much alcohol on such an important day. Trust me, I've seen all kinds of newlyweds. A couple of times, we've barely saved the happy newlyweds. When the paramedics entered the restaurant, the wedding was in full swing. There was cheerful music and some jokes from the toastmaster. Literally in the first second, a man rushed towards them. Judging by the flower stuck in a special buttonhole on the lapel of his jacket, it was the groom. Ronald immediately disliked him. The groom's reddened, sweaty face and running eyes caused an incomprehensible dislike in the paramedic. The groom took Ronald under his elbow and, leading him aside, said quietly, "I'm sorry, there's been a misunderstanding. My bride became ill at some point, apparently overexcited. One of the guests called for you. During the conversation, the man tried to smoothly lead Ronald to the exit, which did not please the paramedic. It was clear that the groom was not telling him something or wanted to hide something. Let us examine the bride after all," Ronald suggested insistently. "Come on, she's already much better. You probably have normal patients waiting for you. I understand everything, and I'm even ready to pay you for a false call." Saying this, he pulled out a weighty stack of banknotes from his pocket and added, "I hope there's enough here for you and your colleagues." Noticing that Ronald was not going to take the money, he then said, "I can also pack you some food, wine, champagne. Come home, make your family happy, and drink to our health with your wife." At the mention of his wife, Ronald literally twitched with distaste for this slippery man. It was unclear to the paramedic why this newlywed was suddenly so fussy and literally trying to get the medics outside. He clearly did not want them to see his bride. Ronald was very suspicious and decided to make sure that the woman was all right. Silently nodding to the paramedic standing next to him, he went to the place where the wedding was taking place. The guests appeared to have been celebrating for hours. Some of them were dancing in the centre of the hall, while others continued to raise glass after glass. The tables were bursting with abundance. Swallowing saliva, Ronald remembered that they had not even had time to have lunch that day. He drank only a cup of coffee and ate a sandwich. Finally, he saw the bride sitting at the head of the table, obviously not feeling well. The young woman leaned on the back of the chair, and her head was lying on her crossed arms. The veil had moved off and closed her face. However, when Ronald came closer, he pulled back the thin lace from her head to see whether she was conscious or not. He almost immediately shrieked. He couldn't believe his eyes. For a moment it even seemed to him that it was his wife Linda. If he hadn't been at the funeral, he would have thought it was her. After standing for a few seconds, it became clear that, of course, it was not Linda, but the resemblance was striking. After examining the woman, Ronald realized that she had had a strong allergic reaction to something in the food. Her face and hands were covered with red spots. When he asked her to open her mouth, his suspicion was confirmed. The bride was literally in a semi-conscious state. Any delay could lead to swelling of the larynx, and if not treated in time, even death. Noticing that the bride had opened her eyes, Ronald asked, "Are you allergic to any food? What did you eat today? You probably have an allergic reaction to some food. Has it happened before? Maybe to fish, citrus, nuts, or mushrooms? What have you eaten today?" The girl answered in a low voice, "Yes, I'm allergic to seafood, but Tony, my husband, said he warned the chefs." By this time the music had already been turned off, and all the guests and caterers were watching with excitement. Ronald turned around and saw a group of people in black with white button uniforms, among whom stood out a grey-haired tall man in a white starched cap. The paramedic beckoned him over and asked, "Are you the chef? Tell me, among the dishes on the table, is there any seafood, either as a whole or as a sauce or addition to other dishes?" The man shrugged his shoulders and said in surprise, "Sure, just like it was ordered to. What's the matter?" Seafood is in almost everything, except for the cake and dessert. I was told that there will be many fans of mussels, shrimps and other delicacies in the hall, only I was asked also to grind everything as fine as possible to let the guests guess where and what was added. Who? Who asked you to do that? Almost shouted Ronald, realizing that in this way the bride could be exposed to a maximum number of allergens. The chef spotted the groom in the hall and, nodding his head in his direction, said, "He asked me about that." The newlywed turned pale. Large drops of sweat appeared on his forehead, but he quickly realized he was indignant. "What nonsense! I said to add only to one salad, which was to be put only on the tables of the guests, not ours. Yes, I remember exactly what I said about not adding seafood. Why, do you need ears, you moron?" The groom walked quickly to his bride and kissed her pale hand. At this moment, Ronald again caught himself thinking that he was disgusted with their type. He was clearly a good actor, and for a moment Ronald was even ready to believe that the cook had misunderstood the order. But immediately, remembering how the groom tried to escort them out of the restaurant, he thought that it was clearly not for nothing, and he was somehow involved in the poisoning of his wife. Ronald suggested hospitalizing the bride, but the newly married man sharply replied, "Thank you, we'll do it ourselves by our own efforts. Are you agreed with me, my love? You gave her a shot, you see, it's already easier. We'll take it from here. It is necessary to perform a stomach lavage and a course of drips to completely remove allergens from the body, and at home you are unlikely to be able to do this," began to explain the paramedic. Ronald insisted on hospitalization, saying that the action of drugs will give temporary relief, and if you do not cleanse the body completely from toxins, it may worsen. The groom resisted for some time, but the persistence of the paramedic and the persuasion of the excited guests did their job, and he and his bride eventually consented. However, he did not even agree to go with them, saying, "You do realize that someone will have to end up our wedding party. I can't leave our guests alone." Ronald wondered how a supposedly loving and caring husband could think about this when his wife was in such a serious condition. But on the other hand, he was even glad that this type would not go with them. He liked the dodgy groom less and less by the minute. Finding himself alone in the ambulance with the woman, Ronald could not help but notice the painfully familiar facial features. While the patient lay there with her eyes closed, he thought that there was many similarities with Linda. The only difference was the girl seemed a little older than his wife. The injection given in the restaurant relieved the patient's condition, and she could already talk. Filling out the necessary documents for hospitalization, Ronald learned that her name is Michelle, and she is 2.5 years older than Linda. Michelle told him that she owned a large business inherited from her father, a well-known businessman in town who owned a woodworking company and a chain of construction stores. A few years ago, he died suddenly of a heart attack, and she inherited all of it. "And what about Mum?" Ronald asked. "Is your mother still alive?" "No," replied Michelle sadly. "I have never seen her at all. Dad did not like to talk about it, and only my nanny, who brought me up, once said that she died very young, supposedly from some disease. She didn't say what it was, and that's all I know. So I'm the only one in the whole family," Michelle finished sadly, but then smiled and added, "Although now I'm married and have a husband. Tony is an excellent man and he loves me." Ronald did not express his assumptions about this man, deciding to check everything thoroughly. When they reached the clinic, his duty was ending, and knowing that his daughter was under the care of her grandmother, he decided to stay with Michelle for a while. She immediately underwent all the necessary tests and was put in a ward with a drip. Ronald decided to wait for the results, and when the attending doctor entered the ward, he asked him to step out to the corridor to talk. At that moment, he did not want to confirm his assumptions and upset the patient, as she was still weak. The tests indicated that the level of the allergenic product in her blood was so high that it was a wonder how she survived at all. If the patient had consumed even a little more food with the allergy-causing product, you wouldn't have gotten her here, and probably already at the restaurant you would have pronounced her dead, summed up the doctor. Ronald did not pass on what he had heard when he returned to the room. He only smiled and said, "Well, you will live." "Exactly, and that's the main thing. But you just need to lie here for a couple of days to remove all the toxins from your body. They'll give you IVs, vitamins, and you'll come out as good as new. And I'll visit you here whenever possible, if you don't mind, of course." She smiled and replied, "Of course not, thank you very much. If it weren't for you, I thought I'd die right there in the restaurant. I still don't understand what happened to me. Tony said that he chose the menu himself and negotiated with the chefs." Ronald shrugged his shoulders and, already approaching the door, said, "Well then, apparently not everything was properly negotiated. By the way, for now, if your spouse takes the food to you, refrain from eating it. At least while you are in the hospital, eat only hospital dietary food. In your case, the most important thing right now is the right diet." Okay, sure, and thank you again." After leaving the hospital, Ronald went to see his mother-in-law. He realized that Michelle resembled his late wife for a reason. Only Helen could reveal the secret of this resemblance. Ronald knew that after the death of her daughter, she often felt unwell, and memories of Linda were very painful for her. Usually, he tried not to discuss the past, but now it was vital for him. Ronald really wanted to solve the puzzle, so almost from the threshold, saying hello, he asked, "Helen, tell me, did Linda by any chance have a sister?" The woman looked at him fearfully, and sitting down on a chair, answered somehow uncertainly, "What are you saying, Ronald? Where would she come from? You know that Linda was my only child. Please, let's not go back to this topic. Let's go and have some tea." She put the kettle on, but Ronald, seeing that something had frightened the woman, decided not to retreat. "Just today, on a call, I met a girl very similar to Linda," he said, carefully watching his mother-in-law's reaction. She was tense, obviously worried, as evidenced by her hands that were not in place. She was smoothing the tablecloth. Then she started going through the candies in a vase on the table. Ronald did not take his eyes off her and started talking again. "In the first few minutes, I even thought that this was my Linda revived. But then I realized that this was an entirely different woman, only very, very similar. And as it turned out, a few years older. By the way, her name is Michelle. How is this possible?" At that moment, Ronald saw tears streaming down the woman's cheeks, and fearing for her health, he quickly fetched some sedative drops from the cupboard that he had given her a couple of times before. She took the medicine with a trembling hand. Ronald said that it was very difficult for her to start a conversation, but he was ready to wait as long as it took just to find out the truth. For about 5 minutes, Helen sat silently, folding her hands in her lap, and then quietly began to speak. "Once upon a time, I came to this city from the countryside. My parents died in a car accident when I was not yet 5. I was raised by my grandmother. After graduating from school, I dreamed of going to a college, but life took a different course. That year, when the last bell of school rang for me, my grandmother became very ill and went blind. Of course I could not leave her, so I got a job on a farm and stayed in the village, saying goodbye to my dream of becoming a teacher. For 2 whole years, from dawn to dusk, I worked in the cowshed, and then all night long I was on duty at my grandmother's bedside. At the time, I thought it would never end like that. And then I buried my only close person and was left all alone. There was nothing to keep me in the village anymore, so I went to the city. It seemed to me that life here was much better and easier, so I decided to start from scratch. When my granny was still alive, having learned about my dream to leave, she wrote a note to some very distant relative with a request to help me if possible. Right from the train station, I went to the address on the back of the note. I wasn't certain if this person still lived there, but I was lucky. Mary, whom I had a hard time finding, immediately agreed to help me and even sheltered me for the first time. At that moment she lived alone. Her husband had died and her 2 sons were military men serving in different parts of the country. Mary worked in a well-to-do family as a housekeeper, and after a few days she arranged for me to stay in the house of a businessman. The cottage was big and beautiful. I had only seen such houses on TV before. And the family consisted of only 3 people, very kind and completely simple in communication. Mr. and Mrs. Griffin and their little daughter immediately became dear to me. Initially, they took me in as a housekeeper, but after a month, having looked closely, they offered me to be a full-time babysitter for their little girl. I gladly agreed because, in this case, I did not have to think about where to live and pay for housing. The daughter of the owners was an angel, did not cause any trouble. Mr. and Mrs. Griffin treated me very well, and I tried to do everything perfectly. They became like family to me. Mrs. Griffin treated me not as a servant but as a friend. We often, in the evenings when Mr. Griffin was at work, drank tea and chatted about everything. On one such evening, Mrs. Griffin, smiling enigmatically, said, "Helen, I went to the doctor today and found out I'm pregnant again. I want to make my husband happy. He has wanted a son for a long time." I was pleased with this news and prayed that God would give them a boy. Helen was silent as if remembering that time. Ronald poured a glass of water and handed it to her, and she looked at him gratefully, took a sip and continued. Mr. Griffin then, of course, was thrilled to learn such news, surrounded his wife with increased attention and care. However, after a while, learning the result of the ultrasound, he was a little upset. The study indicated that the family would again have a girl, but then he began to calm his wife, saying that they could still have a whole soccer team. Mrs. Griffin laughed for a long time and said that with such a husband she was ready for anything. And in due time, Mr. Griffin took his wife to a good clinic, and we began to wait, preparing to meet the baby. On the day when Mrs. Griffin went into labour, Mr. Griffin couldn't find a place, as if he had a premonition of something. He wandered from corner to corner waiting for the call. He had called the ward 3 times before, every half an hour, and they told him not to worry. They said he'd get a call as soon as the labour was over. I tried to calm him down as best I could. I said that this was the 2nd time that they had gone through this, so everything would be fine. But it was like he didn't hear me. I will always remember that phone call. Mr. Griffin picked up the phone, and after listening to the speaker on the other end, he slumped to the floor, continuing to hold the phone, began to howl. Helen stopped talking and looked at Ronald with eyes full of tears, and then continued. You can't imagine what a terrible scream came out of his chest. I then, without guessing about anything, one thing was clear, something terrible had happened. I gave him something sedative. I called the hospital. After explaining the situation, I learned that Mrs. Griffin could not give birth for a long time. Doctors spent several hours trying to help her. In the end, the baby was saved, and Mrs. Griffin passed away at that hour. You can't imagine how much Mrs. and Mr. Griffin loved each other. The loss of his wife was an irreparable loss for the man. In the first days after the tragedy, I was even afraid that he went crazy. But thank God it did not happen. Gradually he returned to work. We took the newborn from the maternity hospital, but the owner literally hated this child. Every time he saw her at home, he clenched his fists and tears came to his eyes. Sometimes he called the little girl a monster who killed his wife, or angrily said that he'd rather his wife had survived than the little girl. And once, a couple of weeks after his wife's funeral, he said that he intended to give the newborn to the orphanage because he didn't want to see her in his house. I cried all the next night. I felt so sorry for the innocent child. The girl was very much like Mrs. Griffin. Apparently, it reminded the owner even more of what had happened. In the morning, I tried to persuade him again, but realizing that he would not change his mind, I asked him to give the girl to me. Ronald did not even notice how he took a glass of water from the table, brought by his mother-in-law, and took a few greedy sips. His mouth was dry from excitement. He could not believe what he had heard. But Helen could no longer stop and continued. I then begged to provide the opportunity to know motherhood. I even told him that after school, meeting with a young man, got pregnant but had a miscarriage, as a result of which the doctor said that I could not give birth. Mr. Griffin was so angry with the little girl that he did not hesitate to say that the main thing for him was not to have this girl in his house. I was surprisingly quickly formalized guardianship over Linda. That's when I gave her that wonderful name. Leaving the house of a businessman with a child in my arms, I promised her the best mother, and I made him promise never to think of us or look for us. He said he'd be happy to do that, and that's the way it's been all these years. I never saw him or Linda's older sister again. I raised Linda alone. I was happy when you got married and gave birth to my granddaughter, and then my Linda was gone. That's how she was given to me by God, and taken away ultimately, Helen said, and tears ran down her cheeks. Ronald sat thinking over what he had heard. It turned out that the bride from the wedding, saved by him, was an elder sister of his dead wife. From the first moment he saw her there, in the restaurant, he realized that this could not be a mere coincidence, and now it had been confirmed. The girls were sisters who did not know of each other's existence. Leaving his mother-in-law's house, Ronald sat on the bench outside for a long time and thought about his wife. He was sorry that all this became known after Linda's death. She, poor thing, had never learned that her older sister lived in the same city. Deciding not to delay and tell Michelle everything, he went to the hospital the next morning. By a strange coincidence, while he was waiting for the bus, his gaze was attracted to a couple kissing in a parked black car. The man's face seemed familiar to Ronald. What was his surprise when the yesterday's groom from the restaurant got out of the car? He no longer resembled a fussy, with running eyes, spouse of the poisoned woman. He was a sweet-tempered man, hurrying to open the door in front of a beloved woman. A young, long-legged blonde, who resembled Michelle in no way, sprang out onto the sidewalk. The lovebirds were kissing without shying away from anyone, and cooing merrily about something. The girl was literally hanging onto her bow, wrapped around his neck. Ronald was shaken to his core. What a scoundrel this Tony had turned out to be. No sooner had the wedding made a stir than he managed to put his wealthy wife in the hospital and began squandering money on young beauties. Now, Ronald had almost no doubt that this rascal had married for calculation and, having poisoned his wife, hoped to seize all of her fortune. After watching the couple in love at the door of the expensive restaurant where they had entered, Ronald drove to the hospital to visit Michelle. He hadn't decided whether he would tell her about what he had seen, but he would definitely tell her about her sister and her life. When he opened the door to her ward, he was surprised to find an old woman asleep in Michelle's place. Ronald quietly closed the door and went to the resident's room. The attending physician was sitting at the table and wrote something. Upon recognizing Ronald, he greeted him and said, "Sorry, I was unable to stop your ward. She started feeling better and insisted on being discharged. She tried calling her husband for a long time, but unsuccessfully. She took a cab and left." "Doctor, please give me her address," Ronald begged. Seeing his colleague's bewilderment, he tried to explain as quickly as possible. "He has an affair with another girl. I'm certain that everything happened at the wedding was not a coincidence. I'm afraid he will try and get rid of her again. Please give me her address." After a brief moment of thought, the doctor wrote the address on the piece of paper and handed it to Ronald with the words, "Only as a colleague to a colleague, and please don't do anything foolish there. And if you do, call me. My phone number is below the address." Thanking the doctor, Ronald quickly left the hospital and only then realized that Michelle's house was at the opposite end of the city. Getting the cab, he was fearful that her husband would have time to harm her before he arrived. Soon he reached the right neighborhood and, thanking the cab driver, got out of the car. Approaching a high fence with a heavy steel gate, the man took hold of the carved handle and realized that the gate was not closed. Hearing some fussing and whispering in the yard, he saw a decent gap between the links of the fence, and nestling into it, he couldn't believe his eyes. Tony and his mistress were diligently trying to push into the trunk something bulky, wrapped from all sides, either with covers or sheets. Ronald was afraid to even think of the worst, but decided not to do anything himself and to call the police. When Ronald had gotten a decent distance from the cottage, he tried to call for help. However, the connection was fragile and it took about 5 minutes for Ronald to finally get through. To his surprise, the police arrived rapidly. Michelle's husband and his mistress were taken aback by the sudden arrival of the police. They watched in silence as the car was searched and the house was thoroughly examined, but the supposed corpse was nowhere to be found. It turned out that they had loaded the car with items of considerable value, including a few paintings, precious figurines and jewellery. "Who gave you the right to dispose of your wife's property? While she is in the hospital, you're like a rat taking everything you can. And that, by the way, obviously doesn't belong to you. Where's Michelle? And on what grounds do you run her house without her knowledge?" The unfortunate husband, as if remembering, squared his shoulders and grinned. With all his artistry, he replied immediately, "What's all this panic? I'm Michelle's lawful husband, and she asked me to take these things out." He looked at his confused girlfriend and said cheerfully, "And she asked me to take them to her." He nodded towards the girl. "This is Michelle's distant relative. She has just bought an apartment. Michelle, out of kindness, decided to give her all this." Ronald was once again amazed at how this slippery character easily managed to get out of the most ridiculous situation. This time, too, the police officers saw nothing illegal in his actions, checked his documents and left. Ronald felt that there was something wrong. While he had been getting here and dealing with the law enforcers, Michelle could have come here 100 times already. The attending doctor heard that she had called a cab to this very address. There could be no doubt Michelle was here, and those scoundrels had done something to her. But the question of where they were hiding her remained unclear to him. One thing was certain, they could not have taken her far during this time, and Ronald decided to see what they would do next. And he didn't have to wait long. Half an hour later, Tony walked out onto the porch in some unthinkable fisherman's garb. His girlfriend appeared behind him in a robe. The girl was not going anywhere and was probably just seeing him off. Ronald was glad that earlier he had found a place from which the entrance to the house was clearly visible, and it was even possible to make out what they were talking about. "Honey," the girl said resentfully, "when will it end? You promised you would get married, and then you'd get rid of her immediately." Tony kissed the blonde and affectionately replied, "Be patient a little longer, kitten. Since the wedding didn't work out, we'll use plan B. Do you think I like walking to the backwoods damn village? There are no roads at all. It takes half an hour to get there through the mud and swamp. At least no one will know to look for her there. In a couple of days I'll file a missing persons report on her, saying that she left the clinic voluntarily, without being treated, and that something happened to her head, and that she didn't come home. The police don't need such hang-ups for nothing. They'll quickly close the case, and if necessary, we'll give them money." The lovers kissed passionately and were obviously satisfied with themselves. Tony added, "Now I'll just check that there's no chance of her escape. We'll tie her up tight and go to the city." The girl said in the voice of an aggrieved child, "Honey, can't you speed up her sad end? I really like this house." The man suddenly cut her off, saying, "Have you gone mad? What are you pushing me into? No, I tried it once, it didn't work. Let things go on as they are, and you go into the house and wait." Tony walked towards the gate, and Ronald, afraid of being noticed, quickly stepped aside, hiding behind the nearby bushes. The thorny plants scratched his hands and face painfully, but he endured it silently. As soon as the villain turned the corner, carefully hiding behind the trees, Ronald followed him. He was glad that it was already twilight, and he, wearing a black tracksuit, was less noticeable. They left the neighbourhood, and the unfaithful spouse turned towards the dense forest. As a child, Ronald often went hiking, and he and his friends always left some signs on the trail so that it would be easy to get out in case they got lost. And now he tore his t-shirt at the entrance to the forest and tied the shreds to visible places on the trees to find the way back. Ronald's shoes were clearly not designed for hiking through the swampy forest, and after about 10 minutes, he realized why the villain ahead of him was wearing fishing boots. Ronald's legs were wet and muddy, covered with swamp silt above his knees. The sneakers were unbearable. He was thinking of taking them off, but at some point, stepping in the darkness on a protruding bough, he almost cried out in pain and immediately changed his mind. In the darkness, he tried to tread quietly and was glad that Tony, who was walking 20 meters ahead, was lighting his way with a lantern, the glow of which was a beacon for the paramedic. Ronald did not know how long they walked, but it was certainly not less than half an hour. Eventually they arrived at a village in the forest. 5 almost ruined houses stood among the trees. It was clear that no one could live there. One had no roof at all, and another had broken windows scattered on the ground. In the evening light, everything looked bleak. Ronald thought that people hadn't lived in these places for many years. As if he sensed something, Tony stopped and looked around, shining his flashlight. 1 second more, and the beam would have illuminated Ronald, who had no time to hide, but someone from above decided to help him. The flashlight, blinking sharply, turned off. What a mess! The road is not visible, and now this misfortune. Tony swore angrily. It was heard as he spat and began to rustle in his backpack. In a minute he took out another flashlight and switched it on. Then he headed for the smallest hut, shriveled from time. The door of the hut hung literally on one hinge. One window was a black hole, and the other was covered with grey cardboard. Ronald began to look for an opportunity to see what was going on inside, and this time he was lucky again. At the ajar window, one corner remained uncovered, and he nestled against it. What he saw shocked him. Michelle was sitting on the dirty floor, leaning against the wall, trying to say something to Tony, but the gag that tightly covered her mouth made it hard to understand her. Her rogue husband, pulling out a rope from his knapsack, began to speak with hatred. "Why are you making noises? I'm fed up with you. Did you really think that I could love such a grey mouse like you? All my life I've loved bright, crazy girls, not the well-read fools. If it weren't for your father's condition, I wouldn't even have looked at you." Michelle tried to twitch weakly with her bound hands and kept up her attempts to utter something, but all was in vain. "Don't move. Nothing will save you now. Quietly, without disturbing anyone, you'll die here, and I, a grief-stricken widower, will inherit all your money legally. But rejoice, you'll sleep forever in the lap of nature, amidst the singing of birds, oblivious to predators, unless of course they find you before you die." Ronald didn't know what he should do. On the one hand, he wanted to tear this scoundrel right here on the spot. On the other hand, he realized that he would never do it, but he definitely needed to punish the villain. Ronald began to think about what to do. It was necessary to catch Tony red-handed, otherwise he could slander him and Michelle. Ronald realized that Tony was not going to kill Michelle here and now, which meant he had some time to call the police again. After moving away from the hut, Ronald called them again. When they heard that it was an overly suspicious paramedic who had called them earlier today, the police didn't want to take him seriously. But Ronald didn't give up. He told them about the abandoned village and that he had seen a bound woman on the floor, and he also threatened a prosecutor's audit if they did not react. Only then did the policeman agree to come. Ronald literally ran after the policeman, finding the right way by his marks. When he came out of the thicket, they were already waiting for him. Ronald waved to them and led them to the abandoned houses, telling them everything he had seen. Already on the approach to the crime spot, they met a surprised Tony. He was shocked and did not know what to do. When the police announced that they were here because of the information about the kidnapping, Tony laughed hysterically, apparently turning on the actor again. "What kidnapping? What are you talking about?" he began in a trembling voice. "I was just going to the woods to relax. Is that forbidden now?" Ronald looked at him with hatred and hissed, "Uh-huh. Relaxing at night in the woods. I hope you didn't give your wife another horse dose of poison." Ronald clenched his fists, trying to restrain himself from hitting this scoundrel. Tony felt the power of his hatred and decided to keep silent, saying nothing more. So, in complete silence, accompanied by police officers, they reached the house where Michelle was hidden. The woman looked very pale, even in nightlight, and Ronald was afraid for her. When the captive's hands and feet were untied and the gag was removed, she looked at Ronald with tears in her eyes and whispered in a barely audible voice, "Thank you so much. You saved me again. Thank you." "You're welcome. It turns out that you are not a stranger to me, in the truest sense of the word. But we'll talk about that later. Currently, you need to be taken to the clinic right away," Ronald replied, helping her up. However, as she staggered, Michelle almost fell. Looking around, he turned to the policeman and asked, "Guys, can you please help me carry? I'll try to build something like a stretcher." They nodded, and Ronald quickly made something like a stretcher out of sticks and some old rags. One of the policemen fastened handcuffs on Tony's hands, ignoring his indignation, and ordered him to go forward. Ronald and the second policeman took the stretcher on which Michelle was sitting and walked, orientating themselves by the lantern of those ahead of them. Surprisingly, they reached the entrance to the neighborhood quickly enough, where ambulances and police cars were already waiting for them. Tony was trying to prove his innocence to the policeman, but they said something strict to him, and he sharply shut up and climbed into the open door of a special vehicle with bars. One of the policemen who helped to carry Michelle approached the ambulance, in which the poor captive was already laid down. He held out his hand to Ronald, who was sitting next to the poor woman, and said, "I apologize for the fact that we did not believe you at the first arrival, and thank you for not stopping despite everything." And addressing Michelle, he added, "You are lucky to have a saviour, and you cannot worry about your scoundrel husband. He and his girlfriend will be punished to the fullest extent of the law. I think in the next few years, they'll be able to see free sky." The officer left, and Michelle looked gratefully at Ronald and spoke a little audibly. "You've had enough of me. Maybe you won't go to the hospital. Your wife is probably waiting for you." Hearing the mention of Linda, he swallowed a lump and, after a little silence, answered, "I have no wife. It's been several years since she died." Putting his palm on the girl's hand, he smiled sadly and continued, "Now, I certainly won't let you check out early, and I'll try to see to it." Michelle smiled and, exhausted, closed her eyes. At the hospital, she was put under the doctor's control, and Ronald finally went home. He arrived when it was nearly 2 a.m. and had to be up for duty at 6 a.m. As he looked into his daughter's bedroom, he saw the grandmother and granddaughter sleeping together. At that moment, he felt grateful that his mum lived nearby and could help him out if needed. After a couple of hours of quick sleep, he got up, brewed himself a cup of coffee, and started getting ready for work. A sleepy mum came out of the nursery and whispered, "Son, where have you been? What happened? Are you okay?" Ronald hugged his mum and said, "Thank you for being by my side. I'm sorry, I had a monster day yesterday, and I ended up staying out late, but everything is fine now, thank you." His mother smiled and gave him a kiss before going to her granddaughter's bedroom. At that moment, Ronald envied them both. for they could have slept for another hour and a half. Without even having breakfast, he went to work. For the first couple of hours, his mind was on Michelle. He wanted to go to the clinic where she was lying, but work was too intensive. During his lunch break, he called the clinic to find out how Michelle was feeling. She felt much better, and the nurse on duty even said that she had enjoyed breakfast. After his shift, he stopped by the daycare centre to pick up his daughter and immediately hurried to the hospital. On the way, he explained to Wendy that they were going to check on her aunt, who was very sick. His daughter, in a stupor, asked, "Sick like Mum? Will the aunt also go to heaven?" The question was like a stab in the heart for Ronald. He stopped immediately and took his daughter in his arms to explain. "No, sweetie, Auntie will be okay, and we'll help her do it. We need to visit her, bring her some goodies, and she will definitely recover." The daughter looked at him slyly and asked, "Let's buy her my favourite cake, and she will get better right away, you'll see." Ronald laughed. After buying flowers and a cake, they came to the ward. When Ronald opened the door, the doctor stood next to Michelle's bed and scolded her. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he turned around and indignantly said, "Ronald, only you can stop her. She came back here again yesterday, and now she cares only about her business and doesn't give a damn about her health." As if giving way to the visitor, the doctor headed for the door, saying menacingly, "Talk to this stroppy girl." Seeing Wendy look at him fearfully, the doctor corrected his glasses and added, "And take this nice little lady to me. I happen to have a small but delicious pie." Winking at the girl, he left the ward. At that moment, Wendy looked at Michelle for the first time. The little girl's lips trembled. She squeezed her father's hand and faintly asked, "Daddy, is it Mummy back? Mummy, Mummy!" She rushed to Michelle, who was sitting on the bed in bewilderment, and pressing herself against Michelle's chest, began to sob. She cried and through her sobs kept saying, "Mummy, don't leave us any more. I feel terrible without you." Michelle, being in shock, automatically stroked the girl's head. Looking at Ronald with a questioning look, she saw that he was also in shock, but gave her some signs. At that moment, the nurse who came in, realizing that it was necessary to calm the child, managed to distract her, and talking about something in a whisper, took her out of the room. As soon as they were alone, Ronald told Michelle about her sister, her mother's death, and her father's decision to get rid of Linda. Then they sat and cried as Ronald talked to her about how he had met her sister, how they had loved each other, and how she had suffered before her death. Several years passed. Michelle became an integral part of the lives of Ronald and little Wendy. The man who loved his dead wife fell in love with her sister, and Michelle responded with reciprocity. But having not an excellent experience of marriage, for some time she refused to marry, although Ronald proposed to her several times. "Well, it is possible to live independently of the stamps in the passport," she used to say to Ronald. But when she informed him that she was expecting a child from him, he categorically stated, "So what? A son will be born without a father? Or maybe you don't like the fact that your husband will be a simple paramedic?" He playfully, sternly began to step on Michelle, and she jokingly waved her hands and laughed. I agree," the happy woman said, wrapping her beloved's arms around him. A year later, in a cottage community outside the city, while the parents were at work, two happy grandmothers fiddled with two twins, and Wendy helped happily as a caring older sister, now and then wiping the boys' noses. Olivia struggled to hold back her tears once again. She had believed, for the umpteenth time, that everything would be okay, but Felicity and her daughter Nancy would once again expose Olivia as a spoiled girl with a difficult adolescence in front of her father. "I knew that puberty is a difficult period." Felicity rolled her eyes in front of her upset spouse. "But this is something else. Olivia is spiralling out of control. If only you knew how hard I have to bring her up. It wasn't like this with my Nancy." "I know you do a lot for Olivia, and I appreciate you for that." Jim spoke with his eyes lowered to the floor. He was ashamed of his daughter's bad behaviour. Olivia had repeatedly tried to convey to him that when he is not at home, stepmother Felicity humiliates her, loads her with endless chores, does not let her study, meet her friends, do her favourite things. But Felicity was a master at manipulating people and a skilled actress. She always managed to turn the father against his daughter. She would use words that made all of Olivia's explanations and arguments seem like pathetic excuses and attempts to defame a saintly woman who was dealing with someone else's difficult child. So now Olivia wouldn't even bother herself trying to prove to her father that she was innocent. It wouldn't lead to anything. The girl sat on her bed, huddled in the corner, and buried her face into a huge teddy bear. It was a gift from her grandmother's neighbour, Mr. Shanks, when Olivia was 7 years old. She was overjoyed when she saw him with the big toy in his hands. He always came to their house with a big smile on his face. Oh, those were the most wonderful times. If only she could go back to then. Thinking of her grandmother, Olivia smiled. Yes, she longed for her beloved grandmother, who loved and accepted her unconditionally. Sarah showered her only granddaughter with warmth and care, talked to her a lot and hugged her often. But it had been almost 5 years since she passed. Olivia was 10 then, and since that time, Olivia's life had changed, and not for the better. But Olivia's childhood had been simply wonderful. Despite not knowing her own mother, she felt truly happy under her grandmother's protection. Olivia's mother had died shortly after giving birth to her. There were unforeseen complications after childbirth, and the doctors couldn't do anything. So Jim was left alone with an infant in his arms. He had loved his wife deeply and had a hard time coping with her loss. He had no idea what to do with a newborn child. Fortunately, his mother was there at that difficult moment. Sarah took the girl and relieved her inconsolable son, who was almost dead with grief. Initially, Sarah lived in her son's apartment in the city. Jim worked as a ship mechanic on a fishing vessel and often went on long voyages. He didn't have a strong desire to take care of the baby, and Olivia ended up under the full care of her grandmother. At first, Sarah tried to encourage a bond between her son and his daughter. She wanted Jim to take care of the child himself. It wasn't that she found it difficult, no, but it was the right thing to do. But Jim refused. He was grieving and blamed his daughter for what had happened to his beloved wife. Olivia realized this later as she grew older. For a long time, Jim believed that it would have been better if he and his wife had not had children at all. They could have travelled, focused all their attention on each other and been happy. Jim was deeply in love with his young, beautiful wife and mourned her loss for a long time. Eventually, Sarah grew tired of being the mediator between Jim and Olivia. She was going to return to her small hometown, to her cosy house with the green roof. There was so much for her to do there, tending to the vegetable garden, raising chickens, taking care of cats and a dog. During her prolonged absence, the neighbour Mr. Shanks had taken care of everything. They had a good and warm relationship, and Sarah also had helped him out more than once. Seeing that her adult son couldn't be reached, the woman packed up little Olivia and returned home. Jim was only happy about this decision. The infant irritated him, and by her mere appearance reminded him of tragedy. Besides, the man soon had to go on a long voyage, which also pleased him. The waves, socializing with colleagues, hard physical labour. Jim hoped that all this would help him get his mind off his troubled thoughts. Partly, by the way, it turned out so. As for Sarah, she began to take care of her little granddaughter with her usual vigour. Diapers, feeding, walks with the stroller. It was as if she became a young mother again.
only now she was already enjoying motherhood with full commitment. When her own son Jim was a baby, the woman didn't feel the full happiness of having a child. She had to deal with a bunch of things at once, to set up life in a small village house, to finish studying at the local college, and also to work part-time. Now the woman gave all her time, all her attention, all the warmth to Olivia. Looking at the girl, she felt a mixture of pinching tenderness and acute pity. How can it be? Such a tiny baby, already left without a mother, and her father doesn't seem to want her. Jim's behaviour was very upsetting to Sarah, but she hoped that could be fixed with time. Olivia grew up, a sweet and problem-free child. She had few illnesses, and she started sitting, walking and talking on time. Sarah could not be more glad about her. The girl grew up surrounded by friendly people who gave her warmth and acceptance. The grandmother was the most important person to Olivia. She was always a reliable, caring, kind person who would understand and support no matter what. Sarah opened the whole world to her granddaughter, explained complicated things to the little girl. Olivia couldn't remember a single time when her grandmother dismissed her questions, as adults usually do. It was as if they understood each other without words. Sarah had friends and neighbours, and they were also involved in Olivia's upbringing. The girl often went to visit them, made friends with their grandchildren. There were times that a bunch of children would run from house to house. Somewhere they'd have breakfast together, somewhere they'd have lunch, somewhere they'd watch TV together. Someone's father would take the group to the river or the woods. It was fun. The girl had a particularly warm relationship with Mr. Shanks. His house stood opposite her grandmother's, and the elderly man often came to them to help her with men's chores, fix the faucet, fix the roof on the shed, move a cupboard. And Sarah would feed him delicious pies and flavoured meatballs. Mr. Shanks was a widower, and Olivia, hearing this strange word for the first time, frowned thoughtfully, trying to understand what it meant. The grandmother explained, of course, why no one bakes him pies now. Of course, the man was perfectly capable of cooking, but he never learned the art of baking. Olivia later realised that Mr. Shanks had more than just friendly feelings for her grandmother. Why not? He was a widower, and Olivia's granddad had passed away a long time ago. But Grandma, she must have decided to dedicate her entire life to her granddaughter, without any other distractions. The woman had big plans for Olivia's future. She spent a lot of time with the girl, putting her heart and soul into her. She thought that she would be with her granddaughter for a long time, teaching her, getting her married, and even helping her with great-grandchildren. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Thanks to her grandmother, Olivia had warm memories of her childhood. She particularly loved the summers, when they were a cheerful and carefree pair. During their summer vacations, Mr. Shanks' granddaughters Molly and Kathy would come to him from the city. They were Olivia's best friends, and she eagerly looked forward to their visits all year long. The three girls would spend the entire day together, never getting bored. They would ride bicycles, explore the river and the woods, play hide and seek, and share scary stories in the evenings. Often a group of children would spend the night at Olivia's house. Sarah never turned down her granddaughter's requests to let someone stay overnight, and the children would stay up all night, chatting and giggling, and the woman never scolded them, knowing how much fun they were having. Of course, Olivia realised early that she lived a different life compared to the other children. Not all of them had fathers, but they all had mothers. The mothers varied in age, beauty, strictness and kindness, but they were always there for their children, as were their fathers. Of course, Olivia started asking her grandmother questions early on, so the woman had to tell Olivia the story of her birth. The girl did not know her mother, so she wasn't too upset, especially when her grandmother said that her mum was now in heaven and helping her from there. It was like a beautiful fairy tale, but from time to time a longing squeezed Olivia's heart. She sometimes imagined what it would be like to experience certain moments in life if her mum was still alive. However, these thoughts didn't bother Olivia much. While she lived with her grandmother, her life was warm and good. As for her father, of course, he would visit them at least once every 2 months, and always made sure to come on Olivia's birthday with gifts if he wasn't on a trip. For Olivia, he was familiar and family, but also almost a stranger. He was a handsome young man, with sad grey eyes, always well-groomed and stylishly dressed. He would bring gifts like beautiful dolls, elegant dresses and interesting books. Olivia always wondered, how does her father always manage to guess exactly what she dreams of? Only later she realised that her grandmother used to tell her son what exactly to buy for Olivia in the city. Jim would usually stay for a couple of days, sometimes a week. He didn't know what to talk about with his daughter, so he would ask obligatory questions about school, friends and hobbies. But Olivia could see that he wasn't particularly interested in all of this. It was different with Mr. Shanks. He loved listening to Olivia's stories about the adventures of the village children. He would laugh, recall episodes from his own childhood, and subtly give important advice. It was the opposite of what her father did. He would only ask because he had to. Olivia understood this, even as a very young girl. She really wanted to please her father, to at least interest him in something. But it was in vain. All of Olivia's attempts were met with indifference from her father. He would diligently fulfill his duties as a father and son, send money to his mother, buy necessary things for Olivia and repair the house when he visited. But he did it all out of a sense of duty. He and his daughter never developed any affection for each other. Sarah tried to explain to her son how to behave with Olivia. The adults thought Olivia was asleep, but she heard everything. "Girls need father's attention," Sarah half whispered to her son. "She's growing up. Come more often. Take her and go on vacation together. Show her cities. Take a vacation by the sea." "You know, Mum, I work a lot. I'm always in the sea making money. By the way, it's for Olivia's future." "But you often forget about the present," Sarah sighed sadly. "I don't forget. No, I see how well you're doing. Olivia is happy with you, while well, what can I give her? I'm still confused myself." Olivia, even though she was still very young, realised that her very existence was burdening her father. No, he wouldn't take her on vacation or visit her more often. Her father, he was better off on his own, without her and without his mother, in his own lonely and incomprehensible life. It hurt. Olivia loved her only parents very much. To realise that she wasn't needed by him was scary and unpleasant. The girl even shed a few tears into her pillow, but she acted as if nothing had happened the next morning. And then her father left, hugging Olivia as he always did when saying goodbye. "I'm going on a long trip," he said. "I won't see you for a long time. I won't be able to come to your first day at school. I'm sorry." "That's all right." Olivia waved her hand nonchalantly. She was used to her father being absent during the most important moments of her life. Luckily, her grandmother was always there for her. It was the summer before Olivia's first grade. She remembered it well because in August she had her birthday and an important event took place. As always, her grandmother set up 2 tables in the garden, one for the children and the other for their parents and grandparents. She always made Olivia's birthdays crowded, cheerful and bright. Both Olivia and her grandmother looked forward to this celebration all year long. Mr. Shanks arrived a little later than the other guests and gave Olivia a huge teddy bear, which his granddaughters helped him choose. "Happy birthday!" Molly and Kathy rushed to hug the birthday girl. "Thank you!" Olivia clapped her hands. "And what does Mr. Shanks have in his hands?" "Oh, this is my old guitar I recently found in the attic. I was sorting through things, thinking of throwing away unnecessary junk, and I came across this instrument." "Tom, I forgot you were a musician," rejoiced Sarah. "How long have you not been playing? Probably since your wife died, right?" "It's been about 15 years, nodded the neighbour. His eyes flashed with sadness for a moment. "I forgot about the guitar, and now suddenly I found it and remembered." "Play us something?" asked one of the adult guests. "Play, play!" the kids chimed in. Molly and Kathy beamed with pride next to their grandfather. Mr. Shanks had suddenly become the star of the party. Everyone was watching him. Everyone was begging. "Well, what do you want to hear?" asked the man. Everyone murmured approvingly. Then Mr. Shanks grabbed the guitar, struck the strings with his fingers, and some magic began. Melodic sounds filled the garden. Olivia looked at the elderly man in amazement. How does he do it? How is this beautiful melody born? The guests became enthusiastic. They ordered more and more songs from Mr. Shanks, and strangely enough, he knew them all. And if he didn't know them, he quickly picked up the necessary melodies. The adults sang in unison. It was wonderful, funny, and beautiful. The children came out from behind the table and started a game of hide-and-seek. They called Olivia to join them, but she couldn't tear herself away. She sat next to Mr. Shanks, listening to everything, and then somehow began to sing along with the adults without even noticing it. She quickly learned the words of the song about the wounded fighter. The guests sang it probably for the third time. The first person to notice was Mrs. Millis. "Listen," she suddenly said. "Do you hear her singing?" The guests fell silent, as did Olivia. She was shy to sing alone. Mrs. Millis realized this and sang the song with her. It was easier for Olivia. When the chords fell silent, there was applause. "Well done," praised the adults. "You sing well." "Not just well," Mrs. Millis shook her head. "The girl has talent. I'm telling you this as an employee culture centre. Sarah, why did you hide such a treasure from us all these years?" "I didn't even know it myself," smiled the proud grandmother. Since then, Mr. Shanks became an even more frequent guest in the house of the grandmother and granddaughter, and Olivia herself constantly ran to him. The man taught the girl many cheerful children's songs. Now she constantly hummed them everywhere, at home, in the vegetable garden, even on the way to the store. Why hadn't she realized before how great it was to sing? She didn't go to kindergarten because it was too far to drive her there. Her grandmother didn't work, so her granddaughter grew up with her. In kindergarten, the music teacher would have noticed Olivia's talent earlier, but at home... They hardly had any music at home. Grandmother usually played audiobooks, not songs. That's why Olivia only realized at the age of 6 how much she loved singing and music. "When school starts, we'll send you to the culture centre, to Mrs. Millis. She says they have a good choir there and even get invited to perform in other cities. We can't let such talent go to waste." Olivia listened to her grandmother and looked forward to starting school. She wanted to go on stage. She wanted to meet people who shared her hobbies. The future seemed bright and fabulous. And then the girl asked Mr. Shanks to teach her how to play the guitar. At first he refused. "It's too early for you. Your fingers are small, your hands are weak. You can't even hold this thing." But the neighbour was wrong. Olivia immediately managed to play the right chords from the first time. Molly and Kathy even clapped their hands with joy for their friend. "See, Grandpa, she can do it. Will you teach her?" "I will, of course," puzzled Mr. Shanks, scratched the back of his head. "Where else could I go now that you've convinced me?" The neighbour kept his promise and began teaching little Olivia chords and everything he knew on a daily basis. The young pupil made great progress, quickly grasping everything and even learning to pick up melodies. "I certainly do not know it," Mr. Shanks shared his observations with Sarah, "but she seems to have an exceptional ear. She should go to music school." "I wish," sighed the woman, "but we don't have one here. There's only a choir here, and going to the city every day is not feasible. At least they'll take her to the choir. Mrs. Millis promised, although Olivia is still young. Older kids sing there." Finally, the long-awaited first school day arrived. The girl was a little anxious, but overall filled with joyful excitement. Both Olivia and her grandmother had carefully prepared for this special day. The day before, they went to the city and spent a long time choosing the most beautiful things: shiny shoes, a smart white blouse, and a puffy dark skirt. In the morning, Olivia's grandmother braided her hair into tight braids, which were adorned with large white bows. Grandma handed her granddaughter a beautiful bouquet of flowers. Olivia still remembered the delightful fragrance they exuded. Passers-by smiled at the grandmother and the dressed-up granddaughter, congratulating them on the beginning of their school journey. They wished the girls only success. Olivia thanked the people, knowing that there would be a party in the evening. Her grandmother had already invited the neighbour kids to visit. Olivia was also eagerly awaiting the start of classes in chorus. She was so eager to sing on stage. Mrs. Millis assured her that she would really like the teacher, and indeed, Mr. Nelson highly appreciated the abilities of his new student. He didn't go easy on her, despite her young age. If Olivia missed a note or mixed up the words, he would mention it. But these were just minor details. The important thing was that Olivia felt at home in her element. Grandmother worried that the shy granddaughter would be nervous in front of an audience, but no, the little singer behaved on stage like a natural. First, Olivia sang as part of a group, and then she began performing solo. Mr. Nelson couldn't help but rejoice in his talented pupil. "Such a gift is rare," he told Olivia's grandmother during one of her visits. "A real uncut diamond. She should be in good hands. But what do we have? Just an ordinary little cultural centre." Meanwhile, Olivia didn't give up her guitar lessons either. It had become a daily necessity for her. As a student, she had long surpassed Mr. Shanks, but she still visited him every day. Firstly, he had a guitar, and secondly, the neighbour could always provide valuable and important advice about playing. And thirdly, none of Olivia's acquaintances knew as much about music as Mr. Shanks. He praised her, noticed subtle nuances, and genuinely admired the little neighbour's achievements. The neighbour replaced Olivia's grandfather, whom she had never known, and maybe even her father in certain moments. Time passed. Olivia grew up. She excelled in school, performed with the choir, and continued to play the guitar. Her father gave her an instrument of her own as a birthday gift, an idea suggested by her grandmother. Olivia had everything she needed for happiness: a caring grandmother nearby, understanding and kind neighbours, and loyal friends. She felt loved and at home in their small town, never considering moving to the city to live with her father. What would she do there? Grey concrete buildings instead of bright, colourful houses, crowds of people rushing by without even looking at each other, and her father, a familiar stranger. People around her often said that the city offered more opportunities, that girls would have a more interesting life there, but Olivia felt content and happy with her life. Her childhood was warm, sunny and cosy, until that fateful day in February when, for some reason, Mr. Shanks approached school to pick her up. Olivia had been going to school and returning home alone. Initially, her grandmother accompanied her, but since the second grade, Olivia had become quite independent in this regard. The road was not close, but in the company of her friends and neighbours, time passed quickly. The girls walked together, chatting about everything, laughing, discussing the details of the school day and making plans. And this seemed to be an ordinary day. During a literature lesson, there was a knock on the door, followed by a quiet conversation between the teacher and someone waiting outside. The teacher's worried eyes met Olivia's, and she said quietly, "Olivia, Mr. Shanks is here to pick you up." Olivia felt the gaze of everyone in the class fixed on her, an unusual occurrence. Seeing Mr. Shanks, Olivia immediately sensed that something terrible had happened. His faded look and grey complexion, along with his slightly trembling hands, gave it away. "Granny?" Olivia guessed immediately. An icy hand of anxiety squeezed her heart. At that moment she realised that her grandmother was her whole world. The elderly man nodded silently. "What happened to her?" "She fell ill. They took her to the hospital." Only at home, Mr. Shanks said that Olivia's grandmother had gone forever. She suddenly felt sick and her heart seized. She sat down on a bench outside the house, intending to wait it out. However, a neighbour who came to borrow a couple of eggs discovered her and immediately called an ambulance. The doctors who arrived could only confirm her death. And so Olivia was left all alone, completely alone in the world. That night she was taken by Mrs. Millis. In the company of this kind-hearted woman and her grandchildren, Olivia's spirits lifted slightly, but she still felt as if she were in a state of disbelief. This couldn't be happening. How could her grandmother be gone? Her father was away on a voyage, and although he had been informed it would take time for him to return to the mainland, he didn't even make it in time for the funeral, which the neighbours had organised. During those dreadful days, Olivia didn't think much about her future. She cried a lot and often talked to the adults about her grandmother. Those who knew and loved her grandmother spoke kind words about her, which brought some solace to Olivia. And then her father finally arrived. He awkwardly hugged his daughter and uttered words that caused Olivia to recoil in pain once again. "Well, daughter, now we'll live together in the city." In the city? Why the city? Olivia didn't want to leave her hometown. Yes, her grandmother was gone forever, but here was her school, her friends, her neighbours, the choir, and Mr. Shanks, who always provided support and comfort. What awaited her in the city? A distant, unfamiliar father who knew nothing about his daughter. Yes, he was a stranger to Olivia. "I'm not going with you," Olivia said firmly, pulling away from her father. "I'm not going to the city." The man looked at his daughter, blinking confusedly. He didn't know what to say in response. The neighbours came to the rescue. With great care and gentleness, they conveyed to Olivia that there was no other option. They hugged the girl and expressed how much they would miss her. Tears welled up in their eyes, and they all gave Olivia their phone numbers and assured her that she could always call them. Olivia cried as well. It was difficult for her to say goodbye to her hometown, but the compassionate adults managed to convince her that it had to be done, that there was no other way. "You come to visit," Mr. Shanks said. "During the holidays, you, Molly and Kathy will live with me. It doesn't matter to me if there are 2 girls or 3. We'll all have more fun." Olivia knew that this invitation was genuine, not just a polite gesture, and this thought brought a little warmth and brightness to her heart. And so Olivia went to the city. It wasn't the first time she found herself in her father's apartment. She and her grandmother had visited him before. Olivia even had her own room there, a bed, a spacious wardrobe and a desk. Everything a child needed. However, she had never truly liked the place. She loved her bedroom at her grandmother's house much more. It was filled with cosy and cherished items, plush toys, interesting books and a colourful fish tank. But there was no other choice. She would have to settle into this new place. The first thing Olivia did was place the teddy bear that Mr. Shanks had given her the summer before, first grade, on her bed. It instantly made the room feel cosier. The toy reminded her of the happy and carefree times when her grandmother was by her side. Olivia's life was flipped completely upside down. She had to adapt to many new things. A new room, a new school, new faces, unfamiliar surroundings and different rules. She also had to adjust to her father, who was always lost in his own thoughts. Her father had to take on a new position that didn't involve months of sailings, so he could be with his daughter all the time. However, Jim was physically present but mentally preoccupied. Olivia noticed that her father missed the sea, his colleagues, friends and his old job, and he often complained to acquaintances about earning less money now. However, the man tried hard to be a good father. He always prepared breakfast for Olivia in the mornings and asked her about her day in the evenings. However, he only half-heartedly listened to her. Olivia could tell he wasn't interested in her thoughts about her teacher or what her classmates said to her. Jim provided everything Olivia needed: clothes, food, school supplies and toys. He even enrolled her in a music school. "Didn't you used to play the guitar often in your granny's town? Why don't you play it anymore?" he asked. Olivia sighed. Since becoming a teenager, she hadn't felt in the mood to play anything. Her soul was overwhelmed and her thoughts were chaotic. She was so exhausted by the end of the day that she fell asleep immediately. Did she even have the energy to play the guitar? But her father's words reminded Olivia of her favourite instrument. She picked up the guitar, ran her fingers over the strings, and immediately felt a sense of relief, a warmth from the past. Why hadn't she realised before that music could soothe her so much? "Would you like to go to music school?" her father suggested. Olivia thought about it and agreed. From a young age, she had heard from others that she should attend music school. They believed that in their small town her talent couldn't fully develop without competent teachers from the city. Finally, there was an opportunity that everyone had been talking about. Just a couple of days after their conversation, the girls started attending a new school. It was a large, bright place, entirely different from their tiny cultural centre in town. The new teachers initially seemed strict and distant, which made Olivia a bit afraid. But once classes started, she realised she was accurately where she needed to be. There was so much new knowledge and so many nuances to learn. Olivia quickly absorbed musical literacy like a sponge and made great progress. The diligent and talented student soon earned praise from her teachers, which was very satisfying. Gradually, Olivia settled into the city and made new friends. They went to the movies, skating rink, pizzerias and entertainment centres. Sometimes they simply strolled in the park, and other times they gathered at someone's house. However, she couldn't form the same warmth and almost familial bonds she had with the kids in the town. Nevertheless, things were great. Her relationship with her father was polite but strained and awkward. He tried to be a parent, but it didn't come naturally to him. Olivia didn't feel even a fraction of the love and warmth her grandmother had given her, and it was very difficult. The girl felt emotionally frozen. It was good that she had music in her life. Olivia found solace by playing the guitar and immersing herself in the melodic sounds. She learned songs she liked or composed her own music. Through music, she expressed her emotions, longing for her grandmother and her former life, anxiety, and the desire to be closer to her father, who was now her only relative. Music provided relaxation, comfort, and a boost in her confidence. As time passed, the small family's life gradually improved. Jim was surprised to discover that his daughter was skilled in cooking. It was unexpected. Other children her age couldn't even hold a knife and were considered almost like babies. Olivia effortlessly handled all the kitchen tools and at a young age baked incredible pies and cooked flavourful soups. When the girl first made a delicious dinner, Jim was amazed. The aroma greeted him even before he entered the apartment, causing his mouth to water, but he couldn't believe that these enticing smells were coming from his own home. "Is this all you, or did someone come to visit us?" Jim marvelled as he entered the apartment. "It's me," Olivia smiled. She enjoyed seeing the amazement on her father's face. "My grandmother taught me." Indeed, her grandmother had taught her the art of cooking since she was a little girl. Olivia helped her grandmother knead dough and as she grew older, learned to handle a knife like an experienced cook. She even developed a genuine passion for cooking. It was almost like music, a true art. Now, Olivia often cooked for their small family and thoroughly enjoyed doing so. Gradually, the relationship between father and daughter improved. The adaptation process was not easy and took a long time. Both of them had to put in great effort, but in the end, Olivia achieved what she wanted: the warmth and care of her father. It didn't happen overnight or suddenly. Her father's heart slowly thawed. The icy barrier that held him back began to crack and crumble. One day, Jim found it interesting to have a conversation with his daughter. She had become mature and sensible. Now her father looked at her in an entirely different light. Olivia could feel the change and rejoiced in it. Her father no longer withdrew into himself when he came home from work, and he finally started sharing his future plans and work news with Olivia. Father and daughter went on several vacations, just as her grandmother had once asked. Jim showed Olivia the big cities of their country. These trips were truly wonderful. Olivia discovered that her father was a very intelligent and knowledgeable man. He had expertise in various fields such as architecture, history, archaeology, and culture, and he gladly shared this knowledge with his daughter. In the first summer, after Sarah's passing, Olivia and her father went to her town. Jim prepared the house for the long absence of its owners, closing the windows with shutters, wrapping the furniture in plastic, and getting rid of unnecessary items. During this time, Jim also discovered a real treasure: albums filled with pictures that his mother had carefully preserved. The albums contained the entire history of their family, from the ancestors of Olivia's grandparents to Olivia herself. The father took this archive back to their city apartment. The preparation of the house only took a couple of days. During this time, Olivia felt as she had really returned to the past, familiar places, smiling neighbours, and old friends who missed her dearly. When her father told her it was time to go back, Olivia even had tears in her eyes. "How can we leave? We haven't been here long enough." "Well, I have to go back to work, and I finished everything I needed to do. Why should we stay?" At that time, Jim didn't yet have much time to truly understand his own daughter. He couldn't comprehend her feelings. However, Mr. Shanks immediately understood everything. "Jim, let Olivia stay with me for at least a couple of weeks," the elderly man said. "My granddaughters have come to visit me. They've been friends since birth, the three of them. They miss each other. They will go for walks to the river and to the forest, to breathe fresh air. It's a blessing, isn't it? It's better for the girl to be here than in stuffy concrete boxes all day while you're at work." "I don't know." Jim stretched out uncertainly. "Mr. Shanks, you are almost nobody to her." "What do you mean, nobody?" Mr. Shanks was indignant. "She's like a third granddaughter to me. I've been coddling her since her babyhood." These words of the elderly neighbour echoed warmly in Olivia's heart. She looked pleadingly at her father. To spend at least a few weeks in her favourite town with the company of her best friends. It's happiness. When Jim agreed, Olivia jumped for joy, and Molly and Kathy jumped with her. It was a wonderful time. Everything as always. Games with friends till night, familiar places, neighbours who'd known Olivia from birth. Except Grandma wasn't around. Her house looked onto the road with its closed windows, and sadness occasionally clutched the girl's heart. And then the father came for his daughter, and everything ended. Olivia cried, leaving for the city. Friends and girlfriends hugged her. Mr. Shanks stroked the girl's head. "Well, dear, stop weeping and making dampness here. You're not going away forever. Here will be your autumn vacation. Your father will bring you here to rest. Just know that you are always welcome here." Olivia understood that Mr. Shanks said from the bottom of his heart. This consciousness of this simple truth became easier and warmer on her soul. But Olivia never came to this place for vacation. Soon after her departure, Mr. Shanks was hospitalised. A stroke. He made it out, but he could no longer live alone in his hometown. He was taken to his daughter, the mother of Molly and Kathy. The family lived in another city. So Olivia never again saw either her childhood girlfriends nor a kind neighbour. Anyway, the girl got used to the new reality. The relationship with her father became more cordial and warm. At least, next to Olivia, was always a native person, ready to support and listen. And the girl appreciated it. Soon the father started talking more and more often about the fact that he wanted to return to the sea. "You see, this is my element. The waves, the wind, the sea air and the expanse. Nothing for miles around. It's breathtaking." Olivia understood. She understood perfectly well what it was like when the heart starts to beat joyfully at the sight of favourite landscapes. "And we don't have enough money," Jim lamented. "Those who go on voyages are paid many times more, but here on the mainland the wages are quite different." Olivia didn't think they were in need. They had everything they needed, even more. They dressed beautifully, ate well, travelled. But her father still dreamed of more, and often recalled his former earnings. "Well, I'm an adult already," reasonably noted once Olivia. "I'm 13. I've been going to school myself for a long time. I have known how to cook since childhood. Why don't you come back? I see now you miss the sea. I can manage on my own." "Well, no. You're just a child. You can't be left alone for so long. What if something happens?" "Yes, what could happen?" sincerely perplexed the girl. She felt herself independent enough to live for a month or two alone. Yes, it would be boring without Daddy, of course, but she could manage. "By law, you cannot be left alone. You are only 13. The neighbours will find out. They'll call the guardianship office." "Yes, the neighbours here are strange. Not like in Granny's town," Olivia agreed. "And how will you feel about having a nanny?" "A nanny?" Olivia snorted. "What am I, some kind of baby?" "Well, if I go to the sea, I need someone to look after you. It won't be a babysitter for the little ones, but more like a housekeeper. Your au pair." "I don't need an au pair," muttered Olivia, but she already realised that her father would not leave her alone. It wasn't allowed. "All right, hire your housekeeper." The girl waved her hand finally. Jim, having made the decision to return to the sea, immediately perked up. Now he smiled and joked a lot. Jim looked like an absolutely happy man. Olivia rejoiced, looking at him, but also worried a little. What if she does not find common ground with this woman who should look after her and the house? What if it turns out to be some nasty woman? Meanwhile, the search for a housekeeper did not progress very well. Jim contacted many agencies and called the ads himself, but only came across babysitters for kids, and no one agreed to live with a teenager and look after the apartment. However, the man had not given up hope of finding such a person. "He who seeks will always find," he optimistically declared to his daughter after another failure. One day, he returned from a friend's birthday party, upbeat. It was late in the evening. Olivia was sitting over a difficult math homework assignment when the happy Jim came up to her and announced that that was it. The problem was settled. "What settled?" The girl didn't understand. "I found a babysitter for you. Oh, sorry, I mean an au pair. It's such a deal, you can't even think of a better one." Olivia tensed a little. After all, it was her fate he was talking about. "Can you be more detailed?" asked the girl, and her father told this daughter the story of this fateful, as it would later turn out, meeting. Jim came to the birthday party of his buddy. They had graduated from college together and even worked on the same ship. Later, the paths of the old friends diverged, but they still had a warm, friendly relationship. Peter was celebrating his anniversary. On this occasion, he decided to have a big celebration in a restaurant. Among the guests were many people whom Jim had seen for the first time, including Felicity, an acquaintance of Peter's wife. The tall, slender woman looked beautiful, stylish, tastefully dressed, smiling and friendly. At some point, Felicity and Jim got to talking. Both of them had already had a few drinks and were relaxed. The evening passed into the phase of frank life stories. It turned out that Felicity had recently divorced her husband, or rather, according to the woman, her husband simply put her and her daughter on the street because of a stupid quarrel. "How could this man do this to his child?" outraged Jim. "I have a daughter myself, and I—" "Nancy is not his daughter," Felicity sighed. "This is my child from my first marriage. My husband, my ex-husband now, could never accept her. Probably because he never loved me, really." So Felicity found herself in a desperate situation. Money to rent a flat was catastrophically lacking. The woman could not find a good job, and she had no good education and no experience. Felicity devoted herself to her husband and daughter. She looked after the house, cooked delicious meals for her husband, organised the household, and he, a successful businessman, provided the family with money. Felicity felt delighted and protected, but without realising it herself, she was in a very vulnerable position, as she was completely financially dependent on her husband. And now here I am all alone, in such a plight, grasping for any part-time work to feed myself and Nancy. My parents are long gone. I have nowhere to go for help. My friend invited me to this party because she was sure that I needed to take my mind off everything a little, but I still think about my problems all the time. Yeah, and I used to think I was in a desperate situation, Jim said. It's much harder for you, of course. I hope everything works out for you in the end. I, for my part, will try to help you with work. We're looking for a secretary in the shipping industry. Oh, thank you. It is so kind. By the way, what happened to you? Felicity, ignoring the potential job offer, focused on the words, desperate situation. And Jim shared everything with this sensitive and beautiful woman. About the death of his beloved wife during childbirth, about his mother who raised his daughter until she was 10 years old, about the difficulties of becoming a single father, and of course, about his dream to return to the sea. I'm looking for someone like a nanny for my daughter, but no one agrees. People offer hourly babysitting services for babies, but no one wants to live with a teenager and take care of the house. Felicity's eyes lit up at this revelation from Jim. Jim, don't you realize that our meeting today is not an accident? The woman exclaimed. It's just some kind of miracle. Providence has brought us together. Much later, it would be discovered that it wasn't Providence that brought Jim and Felicity together. Peter's wife knew about the situation of her husband's friend and wanted to help him. The women purposefully arranged for Felicity and Jim to meet at the party. She thought it could be a wonderful solution for them. How old is your child? Felicity asked for clarification. 13. And my daughter Nancy is 15. I know how to raise teenage girls, how to connect with them. I enjoy communicating with them. We will definitely get along. Jim pondered for a moment. He had been hoping for a professional housekeeper from a specialized agency, but time was running out as he was soon leaving on a voyage and the problem remained unsolved. Your daughter is about to go through the teenage years. It's a very challenging period. I know Nancy and I have already gone through it. Children of that age require special supervision, otherwise trouble is not far behind. Felicity spoke convincingly and appeared quite confident. Jim hesitated. Indeed, this woman had a lot of experience dealing with children. She had a daughter, slightly older than Olivia. It could be interesting for the girls to be together. They would surely find common ground. Besides, Felicity was truly beautiful. Jim enjoyed her company. She was very pleasant. Finally, after thinking it over, he agreed. I think it's a great option. He smiled at Felicity, finding himself increasingly drawn to her. He saw her as a strong woman who had faced many hardships in life but had not been broken. She exuded kindness, pleasant, intelligent and sensitive. Yes, she was precisely the kind of person Jim would like to have beside Olivia. Soon Felicity and her daughter Nancy moved into Jim and Olivia's apartment. The man arranged for them to stay in the guest room, which had enough space. Both Felicity and Nancy immediately seemed like sweet and kind people to Olivia. Wow, you have such cool hair, Nancy exclaimed, barely seeing the girl. Can I try braiding it? Olivia shrugged her shoulders. Hairstyles had never really been her concern. She usually just put her hair in a neat ponytail for school. But Nancy created a stylish braided hairstyle that looked wonderful. Olivia admired her reflection in the mirror. You look beautiful, Nancy smiled. You do too, Olivia whispered, and it was the honest truth. Both Nancy and her mother were truly beautiful. Tall, slender, with big eyes, they always attracted attention, and men couldn't help but notice them. Both Nancy and Felicity knew how to accentuate their physical features favourably. They chose the right outfits, skillfully applied makeup, and created beautiful and very stylish hairstyles. At first, Olivia saw everything as magical. In her father's house there was never any makeup or closets full of clothes. Olivia would watch mesmerized as Felicity applied makeup in front of the mirror. "Interesting, isn't it?" smiled Felicity, noticing the girl's gaze. "Come, sit next to me, and I'll show you how it's done." In just half an hour, Felicity transformed Olivia into an entirely different person. In the mirror, Olivia saw a beautiful girl with enchanting eyes, a gentle blush on her cheeks, and plump, doll-like lips. "You look gorgeous," marvelled Felicity. "You should always be like that." But Olivia wouldn't like always to be like that. Though it made her look beautiful, she didn't like the feeling of makeup on her face. Plus, it took a lot of time. Applying makeup and then washing it off could take an hour. Felicity and Nancy gave Olivia something she had been missing: a woman's attention. They went shopping together, chose outfits, gossiped, and discussed movies and celebrities. Now Nancy always braided Olivia's hair before school, creating wonderful and stylish hairstyles. Felicity and Nancy also helped Olivia with her wardrobe. "Your clothes are baggy and grey," Felicity complained, inspecting Olivia's closet. "I have to wear these to school," Olivia shrugged. She hadn't thought about this issue before. "Nonsense. You can always find something that fits the regulations and looks beautiful," exclaimed Felicity. "Nancy, let's go shopping. We need your advice. You have great taste." "Of course, I'm with you. I love shopping," replied Nancy. Felicity and Nancy picked out clothes for Olivia that made her look like a princess. Fitted lace blouses, slightly shorter skirts, and heeled shoes. "Well, this is different," rejoiced Felicity, admiring Olivia. "You have a wonderful figure. You're slender and long-legged. Why hide it under shapeless hoodies? You should be wearing something that flatters you." Olivia received more compliments at school than ever before. For the first time, she felt not just smart, but truly beautiful. And it was wonderful. Nancy became a real friend, almost like the sister Olivia had always dreamed of. Nancy shared stories about her relationships with boyfriends and girlfriends, which fascinated Olivia. Nancy turned out to be a wonderful storyteller, captivating Olivia with her smooth and measured speech. Olivia admired Nancy's life. "Are you two gossiping again?" Felicity peeked into Olivia's room. "Let's go and watch the movie. Pizza is here." Those were wonderful days. Olivia felt like she was part of an exquisite feminine world. Her father, Olivia adored him, but he couldn't provide her with the girlish companionship she needed. Olivia hadn't even realized it before. When Felicity discovered that Olivia was a good cook, she was delighted. "Wow," admired Felicity, seeing Olivia take a tray of pies out of the oven. "Did you make these yourself?" "Yes," answered Olivia proudly. "My grandmother taught me, and I've been able to do it for a long time." Olivia was tired of ordering food from restaurants, so she decided to treat Felicity and Nancy to homemade pastries. "It's divine," praised Nancy, taking a big bite of the pie. "I've never tasted anything like it. But it's not great for the figure, of course." "It's nice for your age," smiled Felicity. "Olivia, you surprised me. I still haven't learned to bake, and you're so young and already so good at it." Olivia blossomed from these compliments. To please Felicity and Nancy, she tried to cook something every day and did much better than Felicity. Felicity's soups were often too liquid and salty, and her casseroles constantly burned on top and didn't bake inside. That's why Felicity preferred ordering food at home. It was not difficult for Olivia to prepare dinner or lunch for them, and she did it with joy because Nancy and Felicity took care of her and taught her so much. However, when her father came back, Felicity and Nancy moved back into their rented apartment, which upset Olivia. She missed the heart-to-heart talks and trips to cafes and stores with them. Olivia missed Felicity and Nancy, who showed her a thoroughly different side of life that she had never even suspected. When her father asked her about her life in his absence, Olivia described Felicity and Nancy in vivid colours. "They are so cool. You can't imagine." She shared her impressions with her father. "It's so interesting with them, so good." Her father smiled, showing his satisfaction with her stories. A month later, Jim was sent on another voyage for an even longer period, and Felicity and her daughter came to look after Olivia again. Time flew by unnoticed, and when the father returned, Felicity and Nancy stayed in the apartment, which made Olivia incredibly happy. Olivia noticed that her father looked at Felicity in a special way, and although Felicity tried to hide it, it was clear that she sympathized with her employer. Olivia thought it might be wishful thinking, but soon she realized it was not. Everything had been coming up to this for a long time, Nancy said, looking at Olivia as if she were a little child. I didn't doubt that it would be like this, but I was a little wrong about the timing. Then Jim left for another voyage, and when he returned, he and Felicity were married. They had a cosy wedding with just the four of them in a restaurant. Olivia was over the moon at the time, as this beautiful and kind woman had entered their family. She would now live with them and provide Olivia with the necessary female attention that she craved. It was great. Olivia had long dreamed of something like this, but everything turned out much better than she could have imagined, because now she also had Nancy, practically an older sister and a friend who knew so many interesting things. Unfortunately, everything changed as soon as her father went on a voyage. The status of wife drastically transformed Felicity's attitude towards her stepdaughter. Olivia had expected her stepmother and half-sister to treat her with care, have heart-to-heart talks and go on walks together, but all of that abruptly stopped. Felicity started spending time with friends and going to beauty salons. Nancy also lived her own life with friends, admirers, and nights out at clubs. And Olivia was left all alone and felt completely disregarded. The only thing Olivia was praised for was her cooking and cleaning. She single-handedly cleaned the entire apartment and cooked elaborate meals just to earn Felicity's approval. But her stepmother would discreetly praise her and then order her to do more chores the next day. Sometimes Felicity would ask Olivia to mop the floors. That was the extent of their communication. Olivia felt confused and deceived. "Hey, Nancy, tell me, how was it hanging out at the club?" Olivia once asked Nancy. Nancy absent-mindedly looked at Olivia and said nothing. When the girl repeated her question, Nancy sighed heavily and muttered, "You're such a clingy girl, always sticking around. It's impossible to be around you." It was a blow to Olivia. She had thought that she and Nancy were friends. The girl used to willingly share details of her life with Olivia. They used to talk a lot and go on walks together, and now everything had changed. But there was more to come. Felicity had gotten used to that Olivia did many chores, and soon Olivia was responsible for all the household chores. In the absence of her husband, Felicity hardly cooked anymore. It became the duty of her stepdaughter. The same went for cleaning. If before the girl would at least receive praise for helping at home, she now only received remarks and reproaches if she couldn't keep up with everything, and it was overwhelming. Olivia was still studying and attending music school. Naturally, her grades suffered. It was impossible to manage everything at home and excel in her studies. Olivia tried to explain to Felicity that she couldn't handle it all. "Felicity, I'm tired. I don't have time to do my homework. I've already missed music school too many times. Let Nancy cook and clean once in a while." "That, my dear, is called laziness." Felicity looked at her stepdaughter with an indifferent gaze. "Nothing supernatural is required of you. Didn't you know that people who live together share household chores equally?" Olivia was shocked. Equal? That was too far-fetched to be true. Nancy did nothing, absolutely nothing at home. Even her bed had to be made by Olivia. She lived as she pleased, meeting friends, going on dates, shopping. Sometimes she would even come home at night. Felicity called her from time to time. She even went somewhere at night to take her daughter. Only Olivia's father, he knew nothing about this side of Nancy's life. In his presence, the girl behaved impeccably. "Nancy is preparing for her final exams," Felicity declared in response to all Olivia's fair remarks about Nancy. However, Olivia had never seen Nancy with a textbook in her hands. The girl attended school reluctantly and had big problems with her studies. The young lady's mind was only occupied with dating and partying, and she only cared about her appearance. Most of the money Jim left for the household, Felicity spent on herself and her daughter. The woman was only busy in the kitchen and the house when Olivia was at home, creating the image of an ideal housewife. She didn't work. She explained to her husband that the girls needed special supervision during this difficult age. "I should keep an eye for our teenagers in this period." Jim agreed with Felicity's arguments. She knew how to convince others that her decisions were reasonable and beneficial to everyone. It was her talent. And Jim sincerely believed that he himself had offered his wife to take care of the house and girls, and he appreciated what he thought was Felicity's sacrifice, putting her career on the back burner for the happiness and well-being of the family. Felicity had a great influence on Jim. He looked at her with adoring eyes, believed every word she said, and considered her perfect and infallible. Olivia used to like it. She was happy for her father. After so many years alone, he had finally found love. But now the girl felt hurt and scared. Felicity gradually transformed from a kind and sensitive woman into a monster. The stepmother made higher and higher demands on Olivia. "What are you strumming on that bandura?" Felicity scornfully pointed her impeccably manicured finger at the guitar. "I already have a headache from your tedious songs." Olivia remained silent. She knew that if she opened her mouth and tried to defend herself, she would receive a torrent of insults. It was better to stay quiet. So the stepmother would calm down faster. Yes, Felicity didn't like Olivia's passion for music. She repeatedly called the girl talentless and constantly asked her to play quietly, as if it were possible. She even forced her stepdaughter to skip lessons at the music school. Only music? It was a real salvation for the girl. Playing it soothed her, relaxed her, and brought her joy, as there was very little joy in Olivia's life. With her father, Felicity behaved very differently, of course. Olivia couldn't get used to this transformation. Felicity was a sensitive and caring parent, a wonderful homemaker, and a loving wife. Father often repeated how lucky he was to have met such a woman. And of course, Felicity slowly turned the man against his daughter. She weaved her web of lies carefully, delicately, masterfully. Olivia is going through puberty. She has become so snappy with me, lazy, and hates everyone around her. She has lost interest in her studies. It doesn't matter to her. She only thinks about going out, just to get out of the house. Felicity told Jim, not particularly caring if Olivia overheard their conversation. Jim refused to believe his daughter's words, even if she tried to justify herself. Felicity's influence was too strong, skillfully manipulating those around her. What should we do? Jim looked at his spouse with confusion, seeking advice, help and support. Of course, he loved his daughter and didn't want her to spiral into darkness. "I think she should leave the music school," the stepmother once suggested. "Olivia spends too much time on nonsense, and her studies are suffering. I have a feeling that she is hanging out with the wrong people under the guise of the music school. I spoke to her music teacher, and there have been many absences." As usual, Jim agreed with Felicity. Her words always held sway. When he informed his daughter that she would no longer be involved in music, Olivia immediately recognized whose decision it was. For the first time, the girl openly objected, defending her passion and becoming unexpectedly bold and decisive. "No, I don't want to leave the music school. Felicity, she just wants me to spend more time at home, doing all the household chores. I cook, I clean, I do the laundry. It feels like I'm a servant here while you're away." You see now? Felicity looked at her spouse, appearing both frustrated and concerned. You see how she reacts? All I'm doing is teaching our child the importance of work. It's not a big deal. In normal families, children have some small responsibilities. But Olivia just wants to party and be free. It's dangerous at her age. Look at your daughter! Olivia couldn't handle it and snapped. This played right into Felicity's hands. She portrayed herself as an understanding woman who didn't take offence at the irritable teenager, but only worried about her and wished her well. Olivia had tried to complain about Felicity to her father before, but he never took her words seriously. After all, his new wife was so perfect. You're just jealous. Jim stroked his daughter's head. I'll try to pay more attention to you. No matter what Olivia said, it sounded unconvincing because her father was constantly under Felicity's influence, an experienced manipulator. After this open quarrel, Olivia felt that her words no longer held any meaning for Jim. Finally, Olivia had to leave the music school. Her father insisted, depriving her of her only outlet. Occasionally, she still played for herself, which provided some relief from the constant stress she was experiencing. To further reinforce her control, Felicity would push father and daughter forehead to forehead. She played people like pawns on a chessboard. The father was completely under the spell of his charming wife. He firmly believed that puberty had turned his beloved daughter into a monster, and he thanked his lucky stars that an experienced and attentive woman was by the girl's side during this difficult time. Once, Nancy took money from the family's stash. Olivia knew about it. She overheard Nancy asking her mother for money for a trip with friends. Felicity refused her daughter, explaining that she didn't like her friends. However, Nancy was not one to abide by restrictions. She went to the trip anyway, which infuriated Felicity. She scolded her daughter over the phone, made threats, and ordered her to return immediately. Of course, Nancy had no intention of obeying. She was not that kind of person. Both Felicity and Olivia knew where Nancy got the money from, Jim's stash. But when the father returned, the stepmother blamed everything on Olivia. Nancy was already home by that time, pretending to be a model high school student. With her acting skills, she even surpassed her mother. The father didn't scold his daughter then. No, he talked to her at length, trying to find out why she needed such a large sum. Are you in trouble? Do you need help? Olivia tried to explain the truth to her father, but he recoiled as if in severe pain, begging her not to deceive him. Tell me the truth, pleaded the father, taking his daughter's hands. What's happening to you? Olivia remained silent. It was useless. Her father viewed her as a troubled teenager capable of stealing. Felicity's words proved to be a powerful weapon. Her father didn't trust his own daughter, yet he unquestioningly believed every word from his wife. Time was passing, and Nancy's enrollment in college was approaching. Olivia realized that her image of a diligent student would fail. How would the stepmother explain it to her father? She had spent years crafting the image of her daughter. In her stories, Nancy was portrayed as a smart, diligent and gifted girl. As for Olivia, she had somehow grown accustomed to this life. Reprimands, ridicule, indifference, household chores, restriction in everything. Olivia sometimes felt like Cinderella. Felicity was the textbook stepmother. It's true what they say, a fairy tale is a lie, but there's a hint of truth in it. And then, in her father's absence, Alan started visiting Felicity, a young man well-dressed, always smiling and polite. The woman explained to the girls that he was a distant relative. But the way Alan looked at Felicity made Olivia realise that the stepmother was lying. Nancy didn't believe her mother either. She smiled sarcastically every time this guest appeared in the house. Now, Felicity could afford not to come home at night, and Olivia understood perfectly well what was going on. She was no longer a little girl. The stepmother had a lover, young, handsome, charming, head over heels in love. The girl felt sorry for her father, who trusted his wife so much. She tried to understand why Felicity needed this man. After all, she didn't do anything without a reason. If she had brought a man closer to her, it was only to gain something from him, although perhaps it was a matter of feelings. He was a handsome man, resembling the guys in magazines. Even Nancy looked at him in a special way. Olivia told her father about the man who sometimes came to their house and about Felicity's frequent absences. Her father frowned. "Are you telling the truth, or are you trying to smear Felicity again? You're always fighting." "Dad, it's true," the girl almost shouted. She felt that her father didn't fully believe her, that she managed to plant a seed of doubt in his mind. Of course, Jim talked to his wife. She told him something about a relative who had come from another town for a short time and then complained again about Olivia, accusing her of lying and arguing with everyone out of a desire to protest. Olivia heard every word from her stepmother. The girl clenched her fists in impotent anger. Felicity looked and sounded as convincing as always. Jim didn't know what to do. He couldn't simply quit his dream job again and return to the mainland. However, now it would be even harder to do so. After all, he was not only supporting himself and his daughter, but also 2 other people. He had taken on the responsibility, so he had to provide adequately for the family. Olivia is completely out of control. Perhaps she needs her father around, but how can I leave the ship? Earning a few pennies is no longer an option for me. Felicity, charming, delightful, intelligent and delicate. Jim fell head over heels for this woman at first sight. They met at a mutual friend's anniversary and soon realized they could help each other. It was like a puzzle coming together. He felt at ease, knowing his daughter was in safe hands while he was away on a voyage. Coming home became much more enjoyable, knowing his beautiful and beloved woman awaited him eagerly. Jim had forgotten how wonderful it could be. He even envied himself. But then came Olivia's notorious transition into adolescence. The girl became lazy, argumentative, lied, skipped classes, and tried to provoke conflicts with his stepmother and father. She even took a significant amount of money from the family savings. Jim didn't know how to navigate his daughter through this challenging phase with minimal damage. But now, Olivia had crossed all the boundaries of what was permissible. She hinted that Felicity had a lover named Alan. Felicity did not deny that indeed her relative, who recently moved to their city, had visited them. He was a busy young man who never found time to get acquainted with Jim, as he worked hard to make his way in life. But Olivia, she insisted that Felicity was a deceitful monster and that Alan was her lover. Jim looked into his daughter's honest eyes and was horrified. Had Olivia become a slanderer and a liar? It was so unlike her. That's when Jim decided to install a hidden surveillance camera, which could record the footage and send it to him. When he returned, he would provide Olivia with proof. She would see the recordings and realize how baseless and ugly her attempts to smear Felicity were. Perhaps something would click in her mind and she would come to her senses. There's nothing more sobering than seeing oneself from an outside perspective. But Jim did not expect what he would witness. At first, he felt a sense of guilt for invading his family's privacy, as if he didn't trust them. But the footage that camera captured turned his entire perception upside down. Felicity truly treated Olivia like a servant. She looked at her with contempt, forcing the girl to work for the entire family. Olivia not only cleaned up after herself and performed simple chores, but also took care of the entire house, cleaning, cooking meals. And all she received in return were reproaches and insults. No, Felicity didn't behave like that when Jim was at home. Jim couldn't believe his eyes. His heart ached as he saw Olivia as a helpless Cinderella. So, Felicity really had been lying all this time, with such honest, devoted eyes. And Olivia, how many times had she tried to communicate with him, and he was too fool to believe a word she said? How terrible Poor girl! If he could, the man would have travelled hundreds of kilometres to protect his daughter. With his own hands, he made his own child's life a nightmare. Olivia's stories about Alan were also confirmed. Indeed, a young man would sometimes come to their house, and he would not hug Felicity in an innocent manner. There was a genuine affair between Felicity and Alan. The camera turned out to be of high quality. Jim heard every word spoken by them. Alan turned out to be an experienced and very affordable lawyer. Felicity definitely wouldn't have enough money to pay for his services. That's why she took the usual route, using her female charms. Yes, Felicity and Alan were lovers. The young lawyer was probably under the influence of Felicity's natural magnetism, and she, of course, pursued her goal. Soon enough, Jim realised what was happening. All this was about Sarah's house, which she left as an inheritance for her granddaughter. Felicity knew about it and was looking for a way to sell the property. She needed the money. Nancy, the woman's own daughter, wouldn't be able to attend college on a scholarship. The girl never bothered to study, and as we know, miracles don't happen. Therefore, Felicity needed a substantial amount of money to cover Nancy's tuition. The woman knew very well that Jim, no matter how much he loved her, would never agree to such a thing. That's why she needed Alan. As Olivia's guardian, Felicity had the right to manage Sarah's house and use the proceeds to pay for Nancy's education, and Alan, being an experienced lawyer, helped his mistress in this case. Realising what was happening, Jim clenched his fists in impotent anger. Olivia couldn't be left alone with these terrible people. There was still plenty of time until the end of the trip. It would be difficult to cut short the business trip, but Jim would do it. Olivia was in danger. Olivia struggled to hold back her tears. She didn't want Nancy to see how hard it was for her. She and her mother deliberately bring her to breakdowns. The girl more than once made ugly scenes in front of her father because she could not continue to hold everything in herself. This played into her stepmother's hands. Now, Felicity accused Olivia of promiscuity. The stepmother was diligently creating the image of a negligent, rude and lazy daughter in her father's eyes, and now a promiscuous girl as well. Olivia simply spent the night at her friend's house and had informed Felicity about it on the phone. "Yes, what do you want?" the stepmother indifferently replied. "I don't care." Of course, she didn't care. The day before, Olivia had cleaned the entire apartment and cooked for a couple of days. Otherwise, the stepmother would not have allowed her to leave the house. Upon returning home in the morning, Olivia found police officers in the apartment. At first, the girl thought it was Nancy. She often disappeared at night, and Felicity would occasionally go to get her daughter out of trouble. "I see we've found the missing person, right?" the policeman asked, crying Felicity, and she nodded her head. And then the girl realised what was going on. The stepmother had reported to the police that her stepdaughter, who was not yet an adult, had not returned home for the night, even though she knew perfectly well where she was. "I warned you that I would stay at my friend's house," Olivia said, staring at her stepmother in amazement. The girl had already suspected that the woman had come up with a new way to portray her stepdaughter as a troubled teenager, this time by involving the police. "You're lying again," sobbed the woman. "What am I going to do with you?" "One more trick like that and we'll put her on the register," warned the official as he left the apartment. To be put on the register. Perhaps that was precisely what the stepmother wanted. And now Olivia tried not to cry as she curled up on her bed. She hugged the bear, which had been given to her by Mr. Shanks, and realised that she would once again be portrayed as a lost girl in front of her father. And he as always, would unquestionably believe his wife and look at his daughter with sad, anxious eyes. It was so difficult to bear. Suddenly, there was the sound of the front door opening. Olivia became alarmed. Who could it be? Nancy and Felicity were at home. Father would be at sea for another 3 weeks. Had Felicity really given the key to that Alan of hers? This was the last thing they needed. But it was Jim's voice that came from the hallway. "I'm home." "You're back so soon?" Felicity's voice sounded confused and at the same time overly happy. "What a joy!" "I know everything." The man obviously did not share his wife's delight. "I have seen and heard everything. Pack your things. You have until tonight. You will not do anything more to my daughter. Nothing." Olivia's heart pounded like a caged bird. She rushed into the hallway and clung to her father's neck. How did he know about everything? Olivia would find out later, but for now it didn't even matter. Jim held his daughter in a strong embrace. He smelled of the sea. "Everything will be all right now," the man murmured. "Forgive me for not believing you. I won't let anyone hurt you again."
"I don't understand your complaints," exclaimed James, as he got ready for work early in the morning. "Are you suggesting I solve all the problems now? You've been bedridden for a whole year. Please keep in mind that I provide for the family. During this time you haven't contributed a single penny to the household. I had to take out a loan on the house to pay for your treatment and medication, and now I have nothing left to pay off the debt. Therefore, I don't see any other option but to sell the house." Audrey had been unable to walk for a whole year after falling on ice and becoming paralysed. The doctors had given no prognosis. "Unfortunately, your wife is unlikely to ever walk again," the doctor stated. "We did everything we could, but you must understand that she requires careful care. If you take her home, instead of putting her in a special clinic, you will need to hire her a good caregiver." James couldn't believe his ears. Everything the doctor said sounded like a sentence for their family. How could they talk about hiring a caregiver when there was only one breadwinner left in the family? Their children had grown up and were studying at the university. They could not help financially, and James never had a high income, and they always lived on 2 salaries. For the last year, he had been working wherever he could, but there still wasn't enough money. Because of it, he often quarrelled not only with his wife, but also with his mistress, Laurel, with whom he had been together for many years. Now, James could not break into 2 women. If before, he always had the opportunity to set apart part of his salary for gifts and leisure for his mistress, now he didn't have a penny left at the end of the month. "And how are you going to deal with the loan?" Laurel asked, sounding dissatisfied. "Do you really think I will wait for you forever and put up with all this? Before, you used to give me gifts and flowers. And now what? I haven't seen a box of chocolates from you for a whole year, not to mention something more serious. This can't go on." They had been dating for 10 years, and during that time, James never found a convenient opportunity to talk to his wife. This is how he always explained to Laurel, who was waiting and hoping that he would finally leave his family. But James himself wasn't sure if he wanted that. Laurel was far from household chores and family life. She never cared about anyone but herself. When James came to her for the weekend, which he allegedly spent with friends on a hike, at a bathhouse or fishing, he saw how she lived. His wife, Audrey, was the complete opposite. For 20 years of married life, she got up an hour earlier every day to prepare breakfast for him, made a delicious lunch to take to work, and made sure he always had clean shirts and socks. Audrey was the perfect wife, and Laurel was a woman with whom it was always pleasant to spend time. Even when their grown-up sons left for the capital to study and no longer bound the spouses, James was not ready to give up the life he had become accustomed to. He understood perfectly well that Laurel was unlikely to provide him with the same comfort, so he lived with 2 families. Besides, he managed to hide his affairs well. After all these years of infidelity, Audrey never even suspected her husband was unfaithful to her. But everything changed after Audrey's injury. James now had to not only work for 2, but also take on all the household duties. The caregiver he had hired for his wife only served her and asked for an extra fee for everything else. "When I hired you, you said you could cook meals, right?" asked James. "No problem, of course I can, but only for an extra fee," answered the heavy, tall woman. However, James couldn't afford to pay more. Laurel quickly grew bored with the whole situation. She wasn't so jealous that James often stayed at home on weekends, but rather of the lack of any incentive to continue the relationship. She was no longer so young, but in her 35 years, she looked quite attractive and could find a more worthy man than James. Before Audrey became ill, James was not rich or prospective, and Laurel met him on her property, but he regularly gave gifts and paid her bills. When they spent time together, they always had something to talk about. And at a certain point, Laurel began to think more and more often that he suited her and she could marry him. But she was not going to be a typical wife under any circumstances. Even since college, she had been contemptuous of young guys who waited for marriage like manna from heaven to get full service from their wives. "And what kind of mothers have only brought you up?" she used to say to her classmates. "Look for some simpletons who want to serve you. You demand to pay for the apartment in half, and that the woman pay for herself because we have equal rights. And as soon as there is a question of who will stand at the stove or clean the house, the woman should do everything. This is absurd." Laurel's classmates agreed with her, as she always had authority in the group and was the soul of the company. However, a significant number of young people preferred to avoid her and her friends. Immediately after graduating from college, Laurel got a job as an economist, and a few years later took out a mortgage. She was not against relationships, and before James she had other men, but domestic slavery and other delights of family life were not needed for her. "On the weekend, I'd rather lie at home and read a book than clean, carry groceries and then stand at the stove," she thought to herself. She met James by chance. He was waiting for the bus in the late evening, and she came to the same stop. After some small talking, James and Laurel found out that they worked in the same business centre, but on different floors. Since then, they have begun to drink coffee together and go to the canteen at lunchtime. And then James didn't even notice how he fell in love, and Laurel found the version of the relationship that completely satisfied her. James never came to her without a bouquet or empty-handed, while he hadn't given Audrey flowers in several years. "Why the extra spending? We have a small income," he always thought to himself. He considered it abnormal to buy such expensive flowers for his wife, but he always gave Laurel at least 15 roses. Audrey knew that sometimes he took money from their savings, but didn't pay much attention to it. After all, they had a family, and everything was in common. She never once dared to ask her husband what he took such sums of money for every weekend. "Most likely he's hanging out with his friends," she thought to herself. Cheating never crossed her mind. They had been living together for too long, raising 2 children. Their lives were relatively happy, but not without nuances. However, what family doesn't have conflicts? They fought very rarely, always trying to find mutual understanding. After several years of being in a relationship, Laurel realized she wanted more. Regular meetings were no longer sufficient for her, She wanted James to be constantly with her. When she first talked to him about divorcing his wife, he reacted very categorically. "Baby, why all these formalities? We have children, and they have always considered our family perfect. Do you want them to suffer?" he asked, obviously appealing to pity. Of course, Laurel did not want to destroy the family, and she didn't want James and Audrey's sons to experience pain. They always considered their father and mother an exemplary couple. The divorce of their parents would be a real blow to them. However, after moving to the capital to study, Edward and Roger already felt less attached to their parents. They had their own friends and interests. Therefore, when their father told them what had happened to their mother, they didn't even bother to come. "Dad, this is all terrible, of course, but please understand us too." Roger spoke to James as an adult and conscious person. "We have exams now. We physically cannot drop everything and come. If we are expelled, we can only be reinstated in the paid department, and we have no money. You understand this perfectly. We have worked so hard to get here. As soon as we can, we will definitely come." However, during the first 6 months, Edward and Roger only visited their parents once. After spending a few days with their paralyzed mother and tired father, they began to pack up and leave. "Are you leaving so soon?" James asked in surprise when he saw the sons packing their suitcases in their room. "Well, yes, Dad, it's summer," Edward replied. "Life doesn't stand still. Do you know how many jobs and vacancies are available in the city right now? We'll earn a good amount over the summer. Maybe we'll be able to find a part-time job that we can combine with our studies, so we can move from the dorm to an apartment." "So you're just going to leave your parents like that? I thought you would help me." James was taken aback by his son's decision. He expected more sympathy and compassion from them and hoped they would take a more active role in the family's life. But his hopes were in vain. "Dad, don't be angry with us. We understand that you and Mum have problems. We feel sorry for her. But will it make her feel better if we get expelled and have to come back to this hole? We will be left without education, without work, without a future." Audrey fully supported her boys and was sincerely grateful to them for coming to visit her. But James was very dissatisfied. "No, just look at who we raised with you. And it's all your upbringing, by the way. They grew up as egotists, thinking only of themselves. Their mother is sick and their father is struggling to make ends meet. They came to visit for only a few days and then went back to their capital. But the good sons would return home to help their parents." "Maybe you'll calm down," Audrey asked sharply. For the first time since she was bedridden, Audrey allowed herself to raise her voice at her husband. Before that, she tried to behave calmly because she felt a strong sense of guilt for her helplessness and inability to work. But the way he spoke about their sons angered Audrey very much. "What did I say that was so bad?" James protested. "By the way, as for your mother, where is she? She lives 2 stops away from us, and she hasn't visited us once in all this time. And she could have moved here and taken care of cooking, washing and cleaning. I would save money on your so-called nursing, and I would rest a little from all this household fuss, which I haven't left for over a year. Or do you think I don't need to rest?" Such scandals had become commonplace in their family. James's criticism of Audrey's mother hurt her deeply. Mrs. Marshall was already an elderly woman, and due to her extra weight and other illnesses, she could hardly take care of herself. She needed help herself, not to be exploited as a caregiver. On the contrary, Mrs. Dossett, James's mother, was still in the prime of her life and had no health problems, despite being the same age as Mrs. Marshall. She worked and lived for her own pleasure and did not believe it was necessary to help her son's family. When James asked her to come and help with the household, Mrs. Dossett chirped on the phone. James, I understand everything, but what do you want from me? You're already a grown man with 2 big healthy sons of your own, and you want your mother to come and clean your floors? Come on, don't you find that funny yourself? She didn't have any interest in her sick daughter-in-law. Since Audrey's fall on the ice, she had come to see them only 4 times. She drank tea, nodded sympathetically, but there had never been any real and concrete help from her. Even when James asked his mother for money to pay off his loan, she jokingly but categorically refused him. "Mum, please understand me too," James complained. "I work. I can barely see the light of day. The doctors haven't given any positive prognosis about Audrey's health. Most likely she will never be able to walk again. But we still have to pay the loan. I can barely support my family. I know you have decent savings after Dad's death. Please help, at least to close this issue." "Son, what are you even talking about?" his mother replied. "What savings? Yes, I won't hide that I inherited some money after your father's death, but you should understand that my pension is not that big, and I still need to live somehow. And I'm not young anymore. Who knows what I might need? But you should thank me for insisting that your father buy you a small but separate house." After this conversation, James mentioned for the first time that he wanted to sell the house. "Audrey, I can't do this anymore. Honestly, I've almost decided to sell the house. I don't see any other way out. I can't work as hard as I did all this year while you're bedridden. I can't keep up with this pace. I'm only 41 years old. I'm not planning to die," James said harshly. Audrey was shocked by what he was saying. She was at a loss and didn't know what to say at first. She had always thought that her husband was her support and anchor, but now he seemed like a stranger who was only interested in money. "What about me?" she asked, bewildered. "Where will I go to live?" "You'll go to your mother's. I don't see any problem with that. She has a comfortable house too. The 2 of you will fit in just fine, and I'll go to my mother's. I'll come to help you and give you money. But I can't live like this anymore. After all, the house was bought with my parents' money long before you appeared in my life. Therefore, I have the right to decide how to dispose of it. I don't even have to consult you." "My mother is a sick person. I will be a burden to her." "You have the right to live here for as long as I allow you. If you haven't understood that, then I'm sorry." James shouted angrily. "It's not my fault that you're clumsy and don't watch yourself when you're stepping. If you were more careful, you wouldn't have fallen and received such serious injuries. Anyway, I've said it all. I'm still going to sell the house. If you don't leave on your own, I'll sell it with you in it. By law, you have no rights to it. The new tenants who buy the house will kick you out." After these words, James slammed the door loudly and went to work. He didn't come back home to spend the night, leaving Audrey all alone. "Father, what's going on over there?" Edward exclaimed over the phone the next morning. "Have you decided to leave our sick mother to the mercy of fate? I don't understand how you could do that. You've been living together for so many years. Why is Mum calling me in tears and saying that you're kicking her out of the house?" What gives him the right to teach me about life all of a sudden? James thought angrily to himself. "Son, are you and your brother living peacefully in your capital? Then mind your own business." James answered harshly. "You have no right to dictate to me how to behave, given that you know nothing about our problems. Your mother has nothing to do with this house. My parents paid for it in full long before I even knew your mother." James slammed the phone down and punched the nightstand loudly. No, can you imagine? My son called me to teach me about life. Such outrageous impudence. James continued to be outraged, looking at Laurel, who had just opened her eyes. "Why couldn't they have called a couple of hours later?" the woman protested. "What audacity to call so early on a day off. James fully shared her indignation. He hugged Laurel tightly and closed his eyes. "Listen, let's go somewhere far away from here," suddenly suggested Laurel. "I'm tired of this greyness and dampness. Let's go to a warm resort town. We'll rent an apartment there, rent out mine, and live quietly." "Great idea," James supported. "The only question is, what will we live on there?" "Oh, come on. Do you think there's no work there? Everything is the same as here. We'll definitely find something. And we'll have enough money for the first time. You'll sell the house, and some of that money will go to pay off debts, and something will be left. And we'll live on the money for the first time, and then we'll figure it out." James liked Laurel's idea. He too had been thinking that after selling the house, it would be nice to go somewhere far away from this city, so as not to listen to his mother-in-law's and wife's reproaches. Most likely, she had already called her mother and complained. And James was right. When he arrived home, Mrs. Marshall was already sitting at the kitchen table and looking at him with anger. "How dare you go somewhere at night and leave my girl alone?" Mrs. Marshall said in an outraged tone. "Do you even realize that she's handicapped? A person who is unable to act? Anything could have happened to her. You have no shame, no conscience. You're an egoist, James." "If I'm such an egoist, then take your daughter and leave my house." The man tried to talk to her calmly, but still burst out in anger. "I don't remember you calling me an egoist when your daughter married me and moved into the house my parents bought. Everything was fine then. But now when I ask for just basic support and help because I can't cope with the life circumstances I find myself in, suddenly I'm a selfish person. Excellent position, Mrs. Marshall. Just bravo." The woman shouted back at him, "You've been a lazy person your whole life. Tell your lies to someone. And don't you dare talk to me in a raised tone. I can also shout so loud that you'll go deaf. You've lived your whole life without thinking about anything. Thanks only to my Audrey. She did everything. Cooked, cleaned, took care of the kids, and managed the whole house. You didn't lift a finger your whole life. You just went to work, and on weekends you were always out with your friends. Or maybe even worse." "Well, she's my wife after all. Who's obligated to clean and cook? Me?" James replied. "Of course. Maybe for those men who provide for their whole family, wives have some obligations, but not for you. You've earned peanuts your whole life. Now you even have to sell your house just to pay off your debts." He wanted to hit her, but he restrained himself and sat on a stool across from Mrs. Marshall. James tried to speak calmly, but it was difficult because of the boiling anger inside him. "I just said that I would do it. Why did everyone react so aggressively? Don't I have the right to dispose of my property independently? I would like to point out that in normal families, both the husband and wife work, and for the past year, I'm the only one working. I understand that situations in life can be different, and we had something like this happen to us, and no one is to blame for it. But why don't I have the right to be relieved of this burden? As soon as she became disabled, did you immediately consider her a burden? What if something like that happened to you? Audrey would never leave you, I'm sure of that. And what about you? Shame on you. Okay, sell your shack, and I'll take my daughter from here tomorrow. I just need someone to help with transportation." "No problem, I can help," James calmly said. He was glad that the situation was finally resolving in his favour. The next day, James helped Audrey pack her things and took her to Mrs. Marshall's house. "Mum, how could he do this to me?" tearful Audrey asked in confusion. "I thought until the very end that he wouldn't kick me out. How could he treat me like this?" "Darling, don't cry, please," Mrs. Marshall comforted her daughter. "You can't afford to be nervous. You have to think about your health, and he, Let him do what he wants. What difference does it make to us? He doesn't want to take care of you, help or support you. I promise he'll live just fine without you. Let him go in every direction." "Mum, I won't divorce him," Audrey said firmly. "I don't want us to split up completely. He'll come to his senses, come back, and ask for forgiveness. I'm sure of it." "Well, he didn't ask you for a divorce, did he?" "But if I were you, I would divorce him," Mrs. Marshall said harshly. "What's the point of having such a husband? Just look at how he behaves. What does he allow himself? And are you sure he doesn't have an affair with someone on the side?" "Mum, what are you saying? You're making up some nonsense." "I don't even want to hear about it. James has always been faithful to me. It's just really hard for him now. We lived together and seemed to live well, and now I'm disabled. Do you think it's easy? He asked his mother for money to pay off debts, but she didn't give it to him, even though she received all the inheritance from his father," Audrey protested. "There's a lot that your James wants," Mrs. Marshall objected. "Audrey, look at him objectively. He's a 41-year-old man. No car, no house. He doesn't have a normal job. He's always been like that. You just don't see the reality because of your love. Your feelings have clouded your vision your whole life. And when something bad, like your accident, happened, everything fell into place right away." However, Audrey was so emotionally drained that she could not think about anything but her relationship with James. Will he really love her after so many years together? Will he really abandon her to the mercy of fate? She wanted to believe that, despite selling the house, he would regularly come to her, take care of her, as he had done for the whole year before. She hoped that everything he had said was said in the heat of the moment. But with each passing day it became increasingly clear that James had no intention of supporting his wife. In several months he had not come once to see her or even called. One day she called him herself. "What are you calling for? What do you want from me?" James shouted into the phone. "Isn't it clear that if I haven't called you or visited you in all this time, I don't want to talk to you now? Is that so hard to understand?" "I just wanted to know how you were doing," Audrey replied through tears. "And to ask why you don't come or call me, I thought—" But he didn't let her finish. James really didn't want to explain himself to her. He had already found a buyer for the house and was only thinking about how to leave this town as soon as possible. Regretting what he had said, he apologized to Audrey and once again blamed his tiredness. "Sorry, I didn't mean to say that. In short, I didn't mean to hurt you in any way. Just please understand me correctly. Over the past year, I've been exhausted. I'm not going to leave you or divorce you. We've lived together for so many years. It's not necessary. I just want to rest and be alone." After saying goodbye to James, Audrey hung up the phone. Although it was an unpleasant conversation, she was glad to hear his voice after so many months. Her sons now called 3 times a week, unlike before, when they called only once a month. Although her physical condition didn't improve, the support of her mother and sons made her feel much better mentally. "We should think of a hobby for you," Mrs. Marshall said one day. "You used to knit well, didn't you?" "Mum, you're kidding," Audrey replied, smiling. "But when was that? Back in high school? It's been 100 years since I've held a knitting needle in my hands. I can hardly knit even one sock now without mistakes." "We'll see." That same day, Mrs. Marshall struggled to get to the market and bought her daughter some wool and needles. Audrey returned to her once favourite but long-forgotten task and realised she had not forgotten anything. "Well, you see, and you were worried," Mrs. Marshall said, smiling. "Now I'll make us some tea." Despite her fatigue and health problems, Mrs. Marshall took great pleasure in caring for her sick daughter. Finding herself under her mother's wing, Audrey's psychological state gradually changed for the better. To distract herself from the daily boredom, Audrey began to blog on the internet,
where she inspired people like her to enjoy life and strive for something. Meanwhile, James finally formalised the deal on the sale of the house. "Well, Mum, we're leaving," he told Mrs. Dossett on the day the deal was registered. "I'll pay off all my debts tomorrow, and finally we'll be able to leave." "Who's we?" the mother asked in surprise. "Well, tell me, Mother, what you're up to. Where are you going?" "It's me and my girlfriend Laurel. We decided to temporarily live on the coast." Mrs. Dossett looked at her son with wide eyes. "What about Audrey? Are you planning to divorce her?" "Mum, why all the formalities? We don't live together anyway, and it's not a good idea to run around doing paperwork. And don't forget that she's handicapped. I could be forced to pay her alimony, so divorce and litigation are not in my plans." "How long will you be gone, son?" "I don't know yet, Mum. I just want to live in a warm and beautiful town for a while. If I'm lucky enough to get a job there, I'll stay there forever. You can come visit us. But you must understand that Audrey and her mum should not know where I am or with whom I left. We don't want any scandals or disputes." "Doesn't this woman of yours want to be your lawful wife? Is she happy with the girlfriend status?" "I don't know, Mum. Honestly, she and I have only talked about it a couple of times at most, but she doesn't insist on anything, so probably she's fine with it. But as you realise, I'm definitely not going to marry her." A few days later, James bought tickets, and they flew out. Never before had the man felt so light and free. At last he got rid of the shackles he had been bound in for a whole year. Upon arriving in the south town, they rented a modest one-room apartment. "It will be enough for the first time, and then we'll decide what to do," Laurel said. She was very happy that they were finally alone together. James's family no longer loomed on the horizon, and they didn't have to hide or meet only on certain days. Audrey hardly ever thought about James. One day she caught herself thinking that she hadn't thought about him in months. Her anger about the sale of the house and his behaviour was gone. Deep down she still loved him, and was afraid of hearing the same rough and indifferent voice as when she had called him to find out how he was doing. Edward and Roger were indignant at their father's action. "What a freak our father is," Roger said to himself. "I don't know about you, Edward, but I don't want to know him anymore. How could he do such a thing?" "Don't judge, or you will be judged," replied his brother. "You don't know what you would have done in his place." "Well, I wouldn't leave an invalid wife. That's inhumane." "Okay, stop it. Mum will be upset if she hears our conversation. Let's agree to act neutrally towards him, without any negativity, so as not to upset Mum." "Okay, I agree. Actually, it's better not to talk about our father in front of her. Let him do what he wants. We're grown-ups now. We don't need him. We'll survive better without him, and his occasional fatherly talks, which happened once a month at best. And besides, we never had particularly close relationships with Grandma as well." Truth be told, when the grandchildren were born, Mrs. Dossett was still working and had no time for diapers and onesies. When she found out she had become a grandma, she joked, "Don't you dare call me that in public. I'm still young and have my whole life ahead of me." It was said in a playful and joking tone, but there was a grain of truth to it. She didn't want to associate herself with her grandchildren or admit that the years had caught up with her. Mrs. Dossett was always a big fan of the high society lifestyle. She regularly found and attended interesting events, went on excursions to other cities, and socialized with her friends. She had no time for fussing with small children. Mrs. Marshall, on the other hand, always helped her daughter. When the boys were very young, she regularly came to babysit them. When they grew older, she often took them to daycare and then picked them up from school. "Mum, if it weren't for you, I don't know how I would have raised my children," Audrey said to her once. "If you weren't so involved in the lives of your grandkids, I would never have coped." Mrs. Marshall was pleased to hear these words. She understood that it was much harder for children to live nowadays than it was for them in their time. There was no stability, Finding a job was very difficult, and even with good education, experience and skills, one could suddenly become homeless. She loved her daughter very much and always tried to support her. Even though she never approved of Audrey's choice, she always tried to behave very politely and correctly towards James. Looking at Audrey now, she really wanted to believe that someday she would definitely stand on her own 2 feet. Now Mrs. Marshall was even more afraid for her daughter, who had lost the support and backbone of her husband. Unlike her daughter, the wise, experienced woman understood that James had no plans to return to his sick wife. Mrs. Marshall was worried about her daughter, but believed in her, and she didn't even imagine what a terrible fate awaited her family. It's true that they say that trouble never comes alone, and Mrs. Marshall saw this firsthand in her family. "It's been 3 years, son." "Hi, Sonny." James heard his mother's voice on the phone. "I have some bad news for you. You need to come to your hometown right away." "Mum, can you tell me what happened?" he asked. "I can't just drive back and forth like this. I'm actually working." For 3 years, James and Laurel had been living in a resort town. They both found jobs and rented an apartment for 2, and James had never felt so free. Since the move, he had never once returned to his hometown, but he regularly called his mother. She had always been the closest person to him, and no circumstances or distance could stand in the way of their communication. At first, Mrs. Dossett tried to tell him about his wife during their calls, but at a certain point, James forbade her from doing so. "Mum, I'm not going back to the past, so Audrey's life is of no interest to me at all," he said curtly, "especially since she has someone to take care of her, so I believe that I owe her nothing." Sometime after the move, he changed his phone number and gave it only to his mother. He cut his relations even with his own sons. "Audrey is dead," Mrs. Dossett said quietly, "and my advice to you is to come to the funeral, because there may be something valuable for you too." "Mum, I don't understand you. What are you talking about?" James was annoyed by the mystery. His mother was obviously not telling him something, and he did not want to go anywhere for nothing. "James, I tried to tell you about Audrey many times, but you didn't want to listen. And now I can't tell you everything in 2 words. That's why I'm asking you to come immediately." "But I don't need 2 words. Tell me everything as it is, or I'm not going anywhere. Mum, seriously, what's with the unnecessary mystery? I honestly don't understand why I have to drop everything and come to the funeral of the woman I've had nothing to do with for a long time." "Okay, look, you need to come for the inheritance. I hope that's a good enough argument for you." "Don't be ridiculous, Mum. What inheritance? Audrey didn't have a dime to her name. I was actually surprised she didn't divorce me and demand alimony for her disability support. How did they make ends meet there?" "James, there's a lot you don't know. A lot has changed in the 3 years you've been out of town. And Audrey stopped being a beggar a year after you left. She's a star. Look her up on the internet. She has her own blog. You have no idea how much money she's been making from advertising alone. Not to mention, she created her own brand of knitwear that she sold online. She also had a bunch of local TV contracts. James, you're not officially divorced, are you? So you're a legitimate heir like your sons." After hanging up the phone, James immediately surfed the internet and was shocked by what he saw. He didn't use social networks in his daily life and rarely spent time on the computer. He had enough of it at work. Sometimes he had to sit at his laptop for 14 hours, which exhausted him a lot. He found Audrey's blog and couldn't believe his eyes. She not only posted regular posts and pictures, but also made videos. Here she was trying to get out of bed on her own. Here she was putting on makeup and picking out clothes thanks to her mother, eating, drinking and walking. This blog was her whole life. It turned out that when Audrey moved in with her mum and left without the support of her husband, she decided to create a blog. It helped her cope with the stress. Over time, Audrey found like-minded people. At first, people like herself, who found themselves in a similar situation for different reasons, subscribed to her blog. But after some time, among her subscribers, there were also people who were physically healthy and expressed their admiration for her because she did not give up despite the serious trauma and was able to live on. Gradually, the blog turned into a business, and things were going so well that Audrey could not believe that not so long ago she lived in extremely cramped conditions. A year later, money was no longer a serious problem for Audrey. She launched her author's course, created a brand of knitted clothes, and sold handmade items for individual orders. However, the blow came from a place where she was not expecting it at all. After another examination, after passing tests, Audrey was given a terrible and disappointing diagnosis. She had cancer. At first, Audrey couldn't believe her ears when she heard from the doctor that disability wasn't the only thing she had to face in life. She was sure that after such a hard winter fall and its consequences, fate would be favourable to her. But everything turned out to be precisely the opposite. Despite the doctors fighting for her life for months, the disease progressed rapidly. She was fading away before her eyes, and Mrs. Marshall could do nothing about it. On the last day of her life, not only her mother and sons were near Audrey, a whole crowd of the poor woman's followers, with whom she openly shared the details of her illness, came to support her. Through the window she could hear their cries, and thanks to her mother, she even managed to look out into the street and wave to them. And in the evening she died. Mrs. Marshall's heart ached with pain. When she got home, she collapsed on her bed and sobbed. "Why is she? Her life was just beginning to get better. It's so unfair," she thought to herself. Mrs. Marshall tried to call James, with whom she hadn't spoken in 3 years, but found out his phone number had changed. Then she called Mrs. Dossett and shared the sad news. "I already know," Mrs. Dossett said. "Your daughter was a local celebrity. It seems like the whole town knows." "Well, not everyone knows, but the most devoted Audrey people are already aware," Mrs. Marshall said, barely holding back tears. "Please let James know as well. He's still her legal husband. It wouldn't be right to not invite him to the funeral." "Of course I'll let him know," Mrs. Dossett said before dialing her son. Mrs. Dossett called her son as soon as she finished talking to Mrs. Marshall. "I wonder why she didn't think of this before. Then I wouldn't have had to live impoverished for so many years," James thought to himself. "It turns out that being disabled is more profitable than being healthy. Look at how much money you can make," flashed in his head. When Laurel heard the news, she was also surprised, but being a pragmatic and cynical person, she immediately began to coax her husband into not missing his chance. "James, you need to behave yourself and not mess up your chance to inherit some money. Make a mournful face," she said to her lover while packing his things for the road. "I will, but I can't imagine how I'll face Mrs. Marshall and my sons. I've been out of their lives for 3 years. I didn't help Audrey, and to be honest, I changed my phone number so they wouldn't call me," James said. "But it's just a little thing. Pretend that you've been working on your own goals all this time. You can even say that you've been living in a monastery all this time. If you behave properly, they'll believe you, no doubt about it," Laurel said, waving her hands. He boarded the airplane with a heavy heart. It had been a while since he had felt such emotions, but it wasn't regret or nostalgia. Instead, he found himself feeling a sense of incomprehension. Why had she only succeeded after he left her? He was angry about the fact that he had worked like a dog for a whole year with no time off or breaks, while she had been a heavy burden on him. If she had found a way to earn money like that, he wouldn't have had to spend credit money and sell the house. They would still be living happily together. Unfortunately, he had never considered that he had spent a large part of his family's savings on expensive gifts for Laurel. and not once did it occur to James that if he hadn't spent the family money on Laurel, he wouldn't have had to take out a loan for his wife's treatment and sell the house afterward. After leaving the airport, he immediately got into a cab and headed for his mother's house. Upon seeing his mother on the doorstep, he hugged her tightly and said, "Mum, I miss you so much." However, in a few days, he was to meet with people he had no sympathy for and who had no desire to see him. Nevertheless, James was surprised by their reaction. During the funeral and wake, Mrs. Marshall did not say a word to James. When she saw him, she politely said only hello and stepped aside, as if demonstrating that they had long since ceased to be relatives, but also observing the elementary rules of politeness. Edward and Roger only nodded to their father when he entered the funeral hall and never approached him to talk. Over the years, he had become a stranger to them. They had no respect for him, but they did not show it in public. "Mum, I wanted to ask you," James continued, "who was that man standing next to Mrs. Marshall? I've never seen him before. Some relative of Audrey's too?" "That's her father. I don't know why he's here. He's probably worried about the inheritance too. The last time he saw his daughter, she was still a newborn." "Speaking of inheritance, what are we going to do about it? Are you suggesting that I stay here for 6 months to wait until I can inherit? I'd like to settle the matter at once." "Let the main mourning periods pass. Or are you already planning to leave? If that's the case, you could have requested leave from work. It's important because you should solve all the issues here. You understand that it's indecent to talk about the money now." Yeah, the mother was right. James shouldn't reveal all his cards at once and openly declare that he came for the inheritance. It was more profitable to pretend that he was trying to restore relations with the family. "Go to the sons, invite them somewhere together, talk to them," Laurel urged James over the phone. "You came, went to the funeral, stood there with a mournful face, and that's it? No, that's not enough. You must pretend that you deeply regret that all this time you did not communicate with them." On the same day, James went to Mrs. Marshall's where Edward and Roger stayed. The young men met their father reluctantly, but observing the rules of decency and politeness, they invited him into the house. "Boys, I have to tell you something critical," James began, pouring a glass. "Your mum was an excellent person, and for many years we lived soul to soul and loved each other. But then fate treated her very cruelly, and coping with it was impossible. Let her rest in peace." He spoke as sincerely as possible, hoping that Edward and Roger could see his grief. However, they sat opposite their father and watched him silently. Suddenly the door opened and an old man with a battered face stumbled out of the room. It was evident that he had been drinking for a long time, making him appear much older than his actual age. "And who is this?" James asked, squinting. "One more guest?" It was obvious that Edward and Roger didn't like all this, but they were forced to tolerate this man in their home. "I'm Audrey's father. My name is Gordon," the man said through his teeth. "And you're probably her husband, right? So you're my son-in-law. Well, we finally meet." The man approached James closely and, putting his hand on his shoulder, shouted, "Well, let's commemorate Audrey." James poured the glasses with the clear liquid. When Mrs. Marshall arrived, her grandchildren went to their rooms, and she sat down at the table with James and Gordon. "So, are you still drinking?" she asked reproachfully. "And you, son-in-law, have come. I wish I never saw you again." For the first time since the funeral, she allowed herself to express her feelings. "You've been away for 3 years, and now you've come to mourn and make a show of yourself, as if you're devastated. You should be ashamed." "Helen, don't insult my son-in-law." Gordon stood up for James. "At least I got to know him. We have never met before. This is wrong." "Oh, I shouldn't have called you to the funeral in the first place," Audrey's mother replied angrily.
You're just the same as you were 40 years ago when I ran away from you." "Ah, Helen, you're too harsh with me. By the way, it was you who kept me from my daughter. I've always been ready to do anything for you and Audrey, but you ruined the family and left your husband to fend for himself. And as for the fact that I drank regularly, who hasn't sinned in our time? A sober man is hard to find, and I, by the way, have always worked hard." Mrs. Marshall listened to all this and felt disgust at the memory of her rash marriage. During the first year after the wedding, Gordon was still a man, but then he changed. Sometimes he came home from work and he could barely stand on his feet. Mrs. Marshall was always amazed that the bosses did not stop all the drunkenness in the workplace. But since there had never been any serious accidents at work, the bosses overlooked the men's drunkenness. After Audrey was born, life became unbearable. Gordon became even dangerous. Once he had beaten Mrs. Marshall so badly that she could barely get out of bed the next morning. After that, she packed her things and ran away to her mother's. She saw no other way out. Her mother was tough on Gordon and quickly kicked him out of the door and gave him a good slap. After that, he changed his mind and did not insist on continuing their life together. After the divorce, Gordon never saw his daughter. Audrey almost never asked about her father. Only as a child did she try to find out who her father was. At that time, Mrs. Marshall made a sorrowful face and said that he had died a long time ago. Meanwhile, after the divorce from Mrs. Marshall, Gordon went on to marry twice more, but never had children in either of these marriages, and he was not too upset about it. Mrs. Marshall didn't know why she called Gordon and told him that his daughter was dead. Maybe she simply thought that it would be wrong to conceal such an event. After all, it was not a wedding or a birthday, but a death, and it was an important event, just like a birth. Gordon scraped together the rest of the money from his part-time job and went to the funeral. He did not think so much about his daughter as about the fact that he might inherit something, and when Mrs. Marshall told him about his daughter, he was overjoyed. "That's what Audrey was," she wailed. "Look at the socks she knitted. She was an exemplary daughter, but the fate treated her so cruelly." Mrs. Marshall told her ex-husband, whom she hadn't seen in over 40 years, everything about their daughter, and he listened, but did not show any emotion. "In any case, the inheritance will be divided among all relatives, and I'm her own father after all," he thought to himself. Meanwhile, Mrs. Marshall did not suspect what James and Gordon had in mind. She was sure that both men had decided to give Audrey a decent burial and say goodbye in a humane way, but Gordon, like James, was only focused on money. The next day, Roger approached his grandmother with a serious question. "Granny, when will he leave here? I'm sick of this drunkenness. He drinks every day, but he has also found a common language with our father. Are they going to drink here every day now?" Both Roger and Edward were outraged by what was happening. Unlike their naive grandmother, who wanted to believe in the best, they understood why their father suddenly appeared on the horizon. He had left their sick mother and had not remembered them for 3 whole years. Their grandfather also appeared, whom they had not seen at all. "Grandson, how can we kick him out? He came to say goodbye to your mother. Please be patient for another week," the elderly replied. "As it will be 9 days, we will remember your mother, and the next day we will leave at once." "I doubt that very much, and anyway, don't you realize why they both came here? It's written all over their faces." Roger continued to be indignant. "What are you talking about?" "Oh, Granny, don't be so naive. They're here for the money." "How dare you talk like that? You're a cultured and well-mannered young man. Behave yourself." "I am behaving properly. I suggest you tell them the whole truth and you'll see how they get away." "So they'll find out everything, eventually. Why do you need me to tell them now?" "So they won't be hanging around here for another 6 months. They'll be waiting around for their inheritance. What's the point of that? One is a complete alcoholic and the other, I don't even want to talk about him."
Roger, you can't do that. James is your father after all. He and Audrey lived together for so many years. Can't you just cut him out of your life? Yes, Grandma, I can, and I really want to. And my brother supports me completely. We don't need a father like that. We realized what kind of a man he is. Despite his grandmother's pleas, Roger firmly decided to announce who would inherit his mother's fortune. Edward fully supported him in this decision. Roger's words came out as a complete surprise to both James and Gordon. The next day, Roger announced that he wanted to close the question of the inheritance once and for all, so that those who came here for its sake would leave and never come again, because there was no sense for them to stay. It appeared that Audrey's blog and everything she had were registered to her sons, and technically she had nothing. What a wretch! She did not leave anything, even to her own mother, James thought to himself as he listened to his son's fiery speech. But Mrs. Marshall, unlike James, didn't need anything. She would have enough of her old house for the rest of her life, and her grandchildren would never abandon her or hurt her. She was 100% sure of that. Not only James was outraged, but also Audrey's father. "What the hell is this?" he asked, bulging his eyes. "Won't I get a penny from my own daughter? From my blood? How can it be?" He got very drunk and began to complain about life, telling everyone how miserable he was. "Utilities have gone up in price this season and the pension is penniless. Sometimes I can't even buy groceries." But Mrs. Marshall realized that Gordon had nothing to eat, not because of high food prices, but because he drank most of his pension. "Helen, let's live together for old time's sake," said the drunken man, barely standing on his feet. "Well, why not? You and I have so much in common. Our daughter died. We have to live through common grief together." But Mrs. Marshall only laughed in reply. It was more like a hysterical laugh. The very next day she threw Gordon out of her house and, having bought him a train ticket, sent him home. "Nothing can be done now, James." Mrs. Dossett waved her hands when she learned the truth. "You see how it is. Audrey apparently realized that sooner or later you would come to inherit, and she ensured her sons from that." "Mum, I haven't told you the most important thing," James replied. "After the wake, my much-loved sons came up to me. They said that Audrey asked them to give me the money that I spent taking care of her and paying off the loan. They said that I had reproached her with the money and that she didn't owe me anything now. I was just shocked when I heard that. So what, son, if I were you, I would say thank you, because for you now, any penny is not superfluous. Don't spend that money, and then you'll decide how to use it." James was flying home with a heavy soul. He imagined what Laurel, who was sure that he would receive a large inheritance, would say to him. "Worthless children, they didn't even share it with their father." James continued to be indignant. "They threw me this penny handout. They have no conscience. Audrey should have given me all the money that I spent while I lived with her. That would have been really fair. I had been working for all my life too, invested in my family, and instead of an inheritance, I got some pennies." Laurel was very unhappy with the way things had turned out. She expected that James would get at least half of all that Audrey had managed to save for 3 years of large, stable earnings. But instead, he came back with some pennies. Not for the first time, she caught herself thinking that she had begun to lose interest in him. When Laurel learned that James could become a rich heir, she was still thinking about tying his fate to hers. But after everything that had happened, she thought in an entirely different way. She didn't need him, just like she didn't need that rented apartment on the coast, just like she didn't need the job she had taken. She really wanted to go home, to go back to her apartment and live in peace without James and without his whole family. A month later, she informed James that she wanted to part with him and was about to return to her hometown. He took it completely calmly, without pretension or resentment. He himself was tired of life with Laurel, and more often remembered life with Audrey, who always met him with a hearty and delicious dinner in a perfectly cleaned apartment, and with whom he never had any problems. Oh, if it hadn't been for this trauma, everything could have turned out completely differently, he thought to himself, still sincerely believing that it was his wife's trauma that had ruined his almost perfect family and peaceful life. He never noticed his faults and did not recognize his mistakes, because it was beneath his dignity. He was always right about everything, and there was no other way. And although his life was a clear proof to the contrary, he still remained stubborn and unshakable. 3 more years later, having completed their studies in the master's program, Edward and Roger settled in the capital. Thanks to their good knowledge and diplomas, they managed to find a decent job. Although each of the brothers began his own life, they never forgot about each other and were always ready to help if necessary. Edward offered Roger to move their grandmother to them, as he feared she was getting old and might need help at any moment. But the elderly woman flatly refused. She had a daughter buried in her hometown, and she regularly visited her grave. If she moved away, she would not be able to visit Audrey so often, and this was the most important thing for her. She felt well, so she didn't need help from her grandchildren. They sent her money regularly, and Mrs. Marshall could afford to live decently. After parting with Laurel, James had nothing left but to return to his mother in his hometown. He did not want to look for a new job, and having moved to his mother's house, lived on the money that he had received as, in his opinion, unfair compensation for caring for his sick wife. Laurel returned to her apartment and found a new job. Since her separation from James, they had never crossed paths or called each other. Edward and Roger did not forgive their father and were not going to help him. They considered him the real traitor who had destroyed their mother. The mothers regularly came to their mother's grave and visited their grandmother, but they never visited their father. James stopped remembering Audrey, but could not forgive his sons for not sharing their mother's inheritance with him. He was sure that he had the right to this money, never realizing that he had done wrong to his wife, who, by the will of an unfortunate coincidence of circumstances, remained an invalid. But James was not given the chance to understand this.